not your pain. Our past knows only victory, so we still remain. How many came to fight and die here? How many legions overcome? How many scars are left behind us? But there will be no rises. There's always light waiting Hear the awakened world. Scream glory and scream courage. Here we stand forever from this day. We made it through fires to redemption on the other side. We're standing and we're burning bright. Alright, 'cause we are timeless. Our future knows not your pain. Our past knows only victory, so we still remain. We'll keep rising. And we still remain. Yeah! Fellow armsmen, I ask you, will you follow me tonight to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine? Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Oh, 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light
The era of metal has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
destruction of the realm. Come on, our savior to wipe out the traitors. The earth trembles as we gather ashore for the lands we swear to hold. For our kingdom glorious. echoes of pain. Vi sörger, cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, fields of the fallen and blood washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. So we'll bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you see.
变革轰然来袭。峡谷已是人心博弈。厉兵秣马，落子无惧。棋盘之上，携一子去九州，乾坤未定。这一手步步为营。驰歌试马少年们，这个夏天，寸土必争。
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL Summer Split 2024. We are back in Shanghai tonight to kick off our first best of three, and I am Mazel. I'm joined by the ever wonderful Trouble, and I could not be more excited to get some more games under our belt here in the Rumble stage of LPL.
And honestly, I feel like we have two really exciting games, especially starting with RA versus Ultra Prime. There's vendettas between player and team. These two teams are so scrappy in the best way possible. They will fight to get that early game going. So if you're looking for action, you came to the right place.
I think you did. Absolutely. Let's go ahead and take a look at yesterday's results, though. Take a walk down memory lane a little bit, as we had a 2-0 by TT over IG. Incredible stuff there, actually. UCal popping off back-to-back games. Then LNG took it to Weibo, 2-1 in the end, and a 2-0 start for LNG, who had question marks coming out of the placement stage.
Honestly, I felt like Weibo was the stronger team coming into that second series versus LNG, but I feel like a lot of the question marks were revolving around Tarzan and how he was going to find himself around this team, and I feel like they have actually gelled together so well. Carry champions really suit him. He had a great brand performance in this series as well, so yeah, LNG are looking very strong in Group Ascent.
Let's go ahead and take a look at today's schedule, the docket for the rounds we have. It is Ultra Prime versus RA, and then NIP versus Anyone's Legend.
So the first game we talked about a little bit in the opening is going to be extremely bloody. RA have a really great start, 1-0. However, the second one, AL are looking so damn strong. Some analysts would also say that they might be the strongest team in the LPL right now. However, we've not seen Top Esports and BLG in Ascent group yet, but I feel like for NIP everything lies on the line. They're already 0-1. They haven't showed a necessarily good face so far in the tournament, and facing AL, which is the strongest active team playing right now on the Rift, is going to be a hard task.
Yeah, I think that series is going to have a lot to say in terms of if AL can keep consistency from the domination we saw them have in that placement stage, or if NIP maybe had a little bit of a fluke of an opening and need to find ground under themselves. But let's go ahead and focus in on this first series itself, because both these two teams, honestly, I go into it, I don't know what to expect. Chaos, I'm sure of it, but both these teams actually were so close to being in Group Ascend as they find themselves in Group Nirvana.
Absolutely. Ultra Prime and Rare Atom both were tied to make it into Group Ascend. As you can see here, the different teams between Group Ascend and Group Nirvana will be looking on the right side. Group Nirvana with RA and Ultra Prime. And the only difference maker in their tie was one game difference in one of their series. If any of them had a 2-0, they could have made it over into that Group Ascent. However, right now they're battling, and so far RA coming in very strong with already a victory under their belt.
Yeah, And it was pretty dominant in their own right. And also it was, for me, the fact that there was multiple carry threats, right? You had two pretty damn good games from Vikla, but Xiaoshu really popping off in the second game as well. And I think that is something to be excited for RA.
Absolutely. For Vikla specifically, I think no one ever doubted him. I feel like he's shown a good face throughout. Listen, even when RA was not doing that great.
I'll accept the doubt.
Even when RA was not doing great, I feel like Vikla was like that one ray of light that you could see. Maybe it was a very small ray of light and you were really deep into the dark tunnel, but there was a ray of light. And we're going to see Xiaoshu had a fantastic Jax performance in their previous best of, and I feel like this is what kind of shows up for RA, the fact that they're a multi-thread. We've seen Xiao Hao pop off, we've seen Asum. He did absolutely fantastic earlier on this season versus top esports, even though it was a 0-2 for RA. He popped off, so I feel like RA have really good prospects in terms of sort of distributing evenly the weight of carrying a team to victory.
Agreed, and we're finally getting to the Vikla that was promised when he came over from FlyQuest, which I'm excited about. Jouet can I have a little bit more extra give in this matchup, maybe a little bit more, but let's go ahead and take a look at the other side as well, because I have such a question mark for this team, because I love them so much, but it has been a rough and tumble early split, and I think we've seen good moments from the likes of everybody on this team. But I think the brightest spot obviously has been Niket. The rookie support coming in, having some really good games. But the engine that drives this team, Trouble, it's got to be Hacker and Yukai.
Absolutely. The mid-jungle duo here is what makes or breaks, I want to say, Ultra Prime. And this kind of makes me happy and sad at the same time, because I feel like the doggo we were promised has not necessarily appeared consistently enough. I feel like Qingtian has yet to find his footing 100% on what and how he wants to play towards the top side of the map. And even though Niket has freed Hacker off of the burden of having to do all the engages himself, enter deep into the jungle, so now he has the backup of Niket, I feel like if Yukai and Hacker do not do well, Ultra Prime will live and die by their sword.
And I think it's a team that consistency is maybe either a trigger word, or maybe sometimes it's where they want to try to reach towards. No, that's way low. I think in actuality it's a team where, like, Qingtian used to be known for his consistency in top lane. I don't know if that's necessarily the case anymore. Hacker hasn't necessarily always been known for his consistency. There was a lot of times with Ultra Prime back in the day where it was a lot of early games kind of gone his way, and then things not pan out. So I think it's been a thing about wanting to see this team kind of cohese a bit and find that consistency to some extent. But it is an RA who have already started off their Rumble stage here very, very strongly, and I'm very interested at what this mid-jungle duo is going to play out to.
I feel like it's all going to be down to the mid-jungle duo, specifically mostly the mid, because it is the one that enables the jungle, right? Vikla having some fantastic games back-to-back in his previous series. Yukai also showed a pretty good face. He tried his hardest. It was just not good enough. This is what worries me, because IG was the one that denied entry to the Ascent group to Ultra Prime. And then they had the chance to play that rematch in the Nirvana group, and they still lost 2-0 to them. So I'm a little bit worried seeing the first series from Ultra Prime going that way. However, knowing how the RA, Ultra Prime, and TT games all together usually go, it's a big, first in the early game on which team is going to take the reins first.
And if you're sitting there like, oh, but y'all, it's only been one game, it can't be that bad. The thing is, it's a single round robin. And this determines if you're going to be making it into the play-in playoff stage, or the last four of this Group B or Group Nirvana are gone.
It's not even one game. Ultra Prime are on a 6-game losing streak right now.
Yep.
They need to start breaking the streak. They need to start figuring out what actually works for them or how they want to play the map. I feel like you mentioned it, people like Xinjiang need to step up right now. If consistency is what this team needs, this guy needs to step up as the rock top lane that they need him. We even saw him on something like the Gnar, which is a very Xinjiang pick from back in the day when he was in top esports, and it just didn't work out. And as for Dogo, you know, the whole PSG Dogo, wow, he's so good. I don't feel like I've seen this, and even though Niket fits him so well, I'd love to see the aggression, I'd love to see them take the reins through the bolts of the map, and I'd love to see in general Ultra Prime working together and being more consistent in that early game.
Yeah, and that's where we get to talk about something that I'm excited about, and it's the support matchup. Because
Of course.
Niket and Wei are going to have such huge impact into allowing their junglers to get things going, especially with early roams. Both these two guys, obviously, much like the rest of the supports in the LPL, love engaged supports. Anytime you can get them out of lane, it's perfect. But I also think it's a story of these two guys have been carving their name, at least in Jue's case, for a little bit longer. But Niket here now in his rookie split of the LPL, it's going to be really cool to see how much of an impact these two guys have on their respective rosters.
And tell you what, Jue also has a bone to pick with Ultra Prime, because he was playing for them over in spring, and now he's on the other side of the spectrum, if you will. He's looking to take them down and give our A the 2-0. And I agree with you. I feel like these two supports are willing to throw their bodies for an engage. We've seen both of them go above and beyond. You said they're playing engage supports. I'm saying they're going beyond playing the engage supports. There's some... I don't know if I would go as far as saying there's some Hylissang-esque sense behind both of them, where they will see the play and they will go for it.
Hey, I'm all here for that. Honestly.
Hell yeah.
I'm all here for that, especially because, again, we go back to the conversation we started this series off with, and it's a bit of not knowing what to expect, but also expecting chaos in this one, because both teams haven't been the strongest at, I'd say, mid to late game closeouts. I think that we saw RA definitely level up in their first series of this Rumble stage, but the question always is, what kind of early games are we going to get from these two guys and from these two teams? And the fact of the matter is, again, it's that single round robin, so getting this does lasting damage and pushes you up towards potentially making it to that play-in playoff.
And you definitely want to be in the top 4, especially if you've ended up in Group Nirvana, which is what we have here. We've been talking about this for quite a while. I feel like when you look at both of these teams, not only the names that are playing in there, but also the performances that they can put on the Rift, it sort of puts an expectation of them being the dark horse that you're expecting. Hey, I respect that. I do that too. I respect it. You know, you can't have a runny nose.
Gotta take care of it, man. Gotta take care. I was hoping he was gonna stick another one in the other nose.
Just breathe through the mouth only.
Well, no, just for like the moment. You just have fun with it. You know, like when people put 2 straws in their mouth and make it look like a walrus or whatever. You know, it's like kind of like that, except
Or the toothpicks
in the
to keep your
nose.
eyes open. What was it, Mr. Bean that was
what?
doing that? Yeah, he put 2 sticks on his eyes to keep his eyes open when he was falling asleep. I think it was a Mr. Bean thing.
that sounds very painful.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't like the pokey part. I think he had cut them so they weren't like really sharp. And he didn't put them like right in his eyes. He was just holding his eyelids open.
That sounds interesting. Maybe
Mr.
that's
Bean
how
enthusiasts will know.
I'm always a big fan of Rat Race. If you don't know Rat Race, it's an old movie, and Mr. Bean was in it. Anyways, I get to reference that movie way too much for how old it is. Now, do you have any thoughts on kind of the meta development that we've gotten so far here? Because I feel like since we moved to 14-13, we have seen some differences in terms of the priority junglers. We have seen the rises of some of the different ones, right? We have the Xiaohao was willing to pull out the Diana recently, but Hacker also willing to go with like facilitators like the Sejuani. Do you think we'll get more of those AP junglers tonight between the two?
I feel like Sejuani has been that secret ingredient to every single draft that can always tie it together. However, especially for Ultra Prime and for Hacker, I want to see him on more of carry champions. I feel like when we saw him on the things like the Karthus, the Brand, the Zyra, he looks so much better being set up for by Niket and by his team and by Yukai that it makes him look good. Now, has this been consistent? Absolutely not. However, in terms of meta as a whole, I think it really benefits teams that can play 4 carries minimum on the Rift. We even saw 5 carries the other day versus NIP, and that also worked. But I feel like 3 to 4, 3 should be the minimum, and 4, if you can actually play with 4 carries on the Rift, you should be good to go.
And we already said, RA, they are the multi-threat team. We'll see if they can bring that to the table against Ultra Prime here. We are getting into it for game number 1. We already got the Rumble, the Jax, and the Ziggs banned by Ultra Prime on the blue side. We got the Trist, the Renekton, and the Ezreal by RA. First pick, Ashe.
I'm loving that here, because if you give over the Corki to the set of Vikla, Yukai is more than happy to pull out something like the Yone to counter the Corki later on, jump onto a side lane. Ashe, very potent champion as well. Oh, they're actually going to pull the switcheroo and be like, we know Corki's in the pool. Let's take the Yone.
Well, I'm just going to say outright, Yukai has been one of the best, if not, in my opinion, the best Yone we have so far in this split in summer. And I am glad that they're going to take away that from him, but also giving that opportunity to Vikla, who we saw whip out that in the groups there, at least placement stage. Also, the combination for Xiaohao, the Sejuani, really big there. There is the Braum, though, so a nice 2v2 combo already locked in for Ultra Prime.
Fryleo bot lane, extremely potent in terms of kiting backwards. You do have a pretty good engage with Ashe Arrow at level 6 as well. So your bot lane is pretty set up in terms of offense and defense. Now, what do they want to lock in terms of the mid lane? Because, again, a Corki wins levels 1 to 3, but a very good Yone will be able to out-trade you level 3 onwards, especially when a Vamp Scepter comes into play as well, and you've got some life still in there. So it'd be very exciting to see Yukai on the other side of the coin of this matchup.
And definitely something all of our mid laners are comfortable with right now in terms of Corki. But I actually, well, I was going to beg the question of what we see RA finish out the first phase with, but we got the answer. It's the Kai'Sa locked in.
I'm just wondering where RA are going to choose to squeeze in some AP damage. At this point, a lot of people are losing their minds when there's full AD teams and they're like, oh wow, double AD carry coming through. However, a lot of teams, again, are playing with 4 squishy carries on the Rift. It does not matter if they can't build armor. It doesn't matter if you have the entire team dealing AD damage. However, the jungler position for the side of Ultra Prime is open. Hacker has been favoring AP junglers, with Karthus being one of his best performing ones. Zara's going to be taking out the pool. There's Brand still to go.
Yeah, I think Lilia has super far fallen out of the priority of our junglers, but the Brand's still ever present, the Karthus, things like that. The Kennen ban, though, I actually really like. Trying to take away maybe some of the play-making ability from Xiaoshu, where he did have that pretty strong last series as well, but it is also the team fight aspect, because the Wombo combo and the chase down is looking terrifying right now for RA as they ban away the Brand as their last ban.
And Kennen also brings that little bit of more of AP damage that we were looking for the side of RA. They're going to round up their composition, most likely with a support right here. Nautilus, Leona, Rel, all very prominent. It just depends what Zway chooses to go for here. All melee champions, so they are going to suffer playing into Braum. So it's kind of like choose your poison. It's going to be Rel.
I do still really like... So when you grab a composition like this, and especially when you have pieces that like to go forward, like to get chased down, like to get access to the back line, I like the full committal, and that's what RA are doing here, right? Like, they will have the killer instinct, they'll have a lot of backline access, they'll have a lot of team fights set up for that, and I actually like the gameplay in there. I think there's just a lot of peelability on the side of Ultra Prime right now that they're willing for. And I said it was low in priority now, but the Lilia gets locked in anyways.
I got so excited. I know we shouldn't be getting excited by the hovers, but I got so excited because this just works.
Get baited.
You mentioned the all-in. You mentioned the all-in from RA. Fiddlesticks waiting for you to all-in Fog of War would have been absolutely fantastic here for Hacker. However, it is going to be the Lilia looking at the blind Darius.
All right, my man is throwing the gauntlet down. He's like, I saw you have a good series last time around. I'm going to start with the Darius this time. And I wanted consistency from this man. All of a sudden, from the time on Top Esports where he was splitting time with Wayward, now he's bringing out the Darius, a classic for him a long time ago, it feels like. But here we go. We'll see what the answer is going to be for Xiaoshu, and it is the Cassante. So
A very classic.
A Darius picked into the Cassante in history, at least.
Yeah, absolutely. Darius really loves melee champions, especially ones that don't have too much burst that can trade with him. And obviously, this is not Season 13 Cassante. This is Season 14, a little bit more dulled down, if you will. I want to see what summoners Qingtian is going to choose to go with when he enters the Rift, because you do have a Sejuani on the side of RA. This is a champion that really loves to gank in the early stages, and you've got double melee champions on your top side of the map if you're Xiaohao. Looking to shut down that Darius early on might be the key to success.
And Qingtian, I said earlier, a classic for him, but a little bit of an oldie. He does have, it's his 5th most played champion of all time, and he almost has a 70% win rate on the champ. So definitely knows how to push his advantages up there. I think Xiaoshu is going to have his work cut out for him in a lot of ways. But we had set it up from the beginning. It's all about mid-jungle. And now I have to see what kind of proactivity we're going to see out of Hacker and Xiaohao.
I feel like it's all going to lie in the mid lane. The Yone versus the Corki. Again, a really good Yone will be able to out-trade Corki level 3 onwards. If you overstep with Corki after level 3, you could end up being pinned underneath the tower. We've seen this countless of times. And again, a Sejuani can be very, very dangerous if you misstep as a Darius or as a Corki and get shut down. So I feel like a lot of it lies in Xiaohao's pathing in that early game.
It does indeed. We're getting into it now, though, and it should be a lot of fun. We got 2 best of 3s on the docket and a whole lot of chaos here in the LPL Summer Split. So game 1 of RA versus Ultra Prime kicking off now. I was wondering if we're going to see any level 1s here as well, because they do have a pretty spicy level 1. Usually you don't want to go into a Braum level 1, but honestly, it looks like they might like their chances.
You have double lady carry as well. You've got volley from Ashe. So that's a dangerous combo if you decide to invade.
It
However,
really is, right?
usually with Braum, you can choose to late invade as well. And this is what throws a lot of people off. And it might be the case right here because Niket starts moving forward. However, Hacker is going to choose to stick more towards the top side of the map, and Yokai is going to pull out the brush as well. So I don't think we're going to see any level 1 shenanigans for now.
Like
I said for now.
Hacker, yeah, it looks
I
like
said for now.
they will get spotted out by this ward nicely placed down by RA. They will get the start on the top side. So Ultra Prime actually going to put a lot of pressure out on the map early. A leash coming through to quickly clear this side for Xiaohao as well.
I love that from the side of Ultra Prime. We mentioned how Xiaohao is the key to shutting down Qingtian in the early game. Vikla, what are you doing? You've seen the Lilia.
Oh, no. They knew he was there and everything. The level 2 is there, but Yukai not able to poke down the damage. Vikla very low on health now.
Oh, this is great stuff from Ultra Prime, and Vikla oversteps his welcome. You have vision on Lilia being above. However, I feel like what they expected is for Hacker to take the entire quadrant. So Vikla expected Hacker to be busy clearing camps. Wasn't the case, and now he's given Yokai a huge advantage by walking past mid lane and getting Yokai so much pressure on that mid side of the map.
Okay, so Xiaohao will be spotted out on the way up towards this top side of the map, so maybe a little bit of vision play being able to be used here by Ultra Prime. I do expect, though, at least Hacker to try to take advantage of the clear speed of Lilia once she gets up to snuff here, and try to take advantage at least of that side of the map on top side with a little bit of pressure as well, since he has the Darius. But I do want to ask you where you think a lot of these resources are going to be tried to delivered now that we have priority kind of gained by Ultra Prime in all lanes early.
I think this is great stuff for them in general in terms of setting up that early game success. I feel like their bot lane has pressure. Their mid lane was given a lot of that early game pressure, which we expected Corki to have in the first 3 levels, as we mentioned. But again, Hacker pulling his hacker moves in the jungle, taking one camp straight into a gank was kind of huge. And now it's the counter gank from Xiaohao. He's looking for Yukai.
Oh, he got the knock up
Should
there.
be fine.
Yeah, Xiaohao just going to show his bristles, if you will. But I will end up going back towards that top side. Junglers are going to hit each other here. It's like Xiaohao is going to be on the worst end of the trade there.
Oof.
Hacker getting the full advantage of it and wants to chase it. The speed from the Swirl Seed slowdown is going to be the difference maker here. And Hacker is just running you down. You can't come into Bambi's jungle as Xiaohao will be taken down. First blood for Ultra Prime.
Ultra Prime leave or die by the mid jungle duo sword, and Hacker is stepping the heck up for them. We mentioned how important this game is for them. You're playing in group Nirvana. You only get to play everyone once, and every single win or loss counts. Currently, Ultra Prime being 0-1 up. They really need that W versus RA, and Hacker is one of the big moving gears of that early game for Ultra Prime. He's doing fantastically. The clever level 1 into that mid lane, into heading back up on towards the top side, into killing Xiaohao. He's looking.
This is really big.
There's
this
no
is
TP
really,
from
they have
Corki.
no idea. They went so long for this play. They're going to try to get it. They need something here to get it back. They have the CC chain there, but the Unbreakable is just too hard to get through. And Ultra Prime, they will dissuade the bot lane gank.
Very nicely done by Doggo and Niket. They're using the Unbreakable right there and the proc on the passive from Braum to stop any further advancement onto them. And Xiaohao, I gotta give him credit, man. He's been looking mid, he's been looking bot, he's been looking to take the Skull Crab towards the tops of the map, but nothing is currently working for the side of RA. However, I'm gonna put an asterisk right here because seeing the last series from RA, they are fantastic team fighters. They know how to dip in and out of a fight so well that to me that screams great communication and great shot calling coming by them. And they do have a lot of scaling pieces in their composition to make this work. The only thing that worries me is that those pieces, only 2 of them do damage. So if Ultra Prime manages to dispatch of one of the 2, then it's going to be really tough for RA to win one of those fights.
And going back to like that conversation of scaling, we said from the drive, they have a very succinct composition. They know what they want to do. They want to dive the back line. They want to get access there. And I think as time goes on, it will be available to them. And I think big engages from Xiaohao, from Jue will be really, really important. But I think Vikla and Assume are going to have really good timings on how they find their entrances into the fight. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ultra Prime are looking to have advantages before they go into these fights a lot of times, I feel like. But they will have a lot of setup themselves, especially led by Doggo's arrows, which, you know, Xiaohao wants to punish down here as soon as possible. We'll try to get Doggo now that he does not have any summoner spells. There's the Shattering Strikes, but not going to be able to follow it up again. And another gank goes a little bit wide. Meanwhile, Swirl Seed hits the wall there. That actually would have been huge because he does have Lilting Lullaby, and we do have level 6s available, so a little bit more proactivity on the map.
Vikla, no HP underneath his tower. Hacker level 6. Xiaohao is going to get pushed out of his blue buff right here. Again, that mid lane jungle dominance coming through from Ultra Prime. Xiaohao is still level 5. Doesn't have his ultimate. He cannot contest. His mid laner cannot help. He's 1 HP under the tower. This is looking pretty good for Ultra Prime in that early game. I feel like they have all the tools they need. Even though RA have all the engage, Ultra Prime love that. Engage into a Lilia. Get 4-man queued in the face. Darius, he cannot reach champions. The fact that you're giving them for free to be played around Darius, I think is a dream come true. And then you have Ashe and Braum that can control so much area around in teamfight, and they're great peelers, both of them. I feel like Ultra Prime's composition right here is made for success. Xiaohao gank number 3,462, go.
Not going to be pulled off here as the 100% objective control does continue to go over to Ultra Prime so far. Really, really big stuff. But this is honestly about what I would expect from Hacker. Hacker's really good at finding early game leads. He's very direct in the early game, but it always comes to closing out the games and kind of syncing with the team that becomes the question mark. Because this guy has been with Ultra Prime for a while. You might think back to last year when he was with FPX. That was a stint, right? Before that, he was almost 2 years with Ultra Prime, and before that with E-Star, before they switched over to the Ultra Prime branding. So he's back home. This 2024 split hasn't necessarily been the brightest and boldest from him, especially in spring, but here in summer, I feel like we've seen that back to old ways early game Hacker.
Ooh, they haven't backed. They haven't backed.
Oh my God, Dway against his old team might just go down here and give over a second kill. And the Enchanted Crystal Arrow to follow up. They're going to try to use the Winter's Bite to follow the concussive blows, but can't do it. Doggo able to secure a kill in bot side for Ultra Prime.
My God, Ultra Prime are dominant all across the board. Every single box that had to be ticked for Ultra Prime has been. Darius not getting shut down in the early game, tick. Lilia, mid-jungle duo, getting ahead in the early game for Ultra Prime, tick. You know what? The cherry on top is that your bot lane just wins in a random 2v2 where Dre overextends to face check and Doggo and get have not backed. Great stuff so far from Ultra Prime, and they've earned themselves a 3,000 gold lead 9 minutes into the game.
Pretty safe to say the early game has gone real well for them. And all of that has been led off of Hacker's early fighting onto Xiaohao and now his massive CS lead. Xiaohao has not been one to back down from a fight, though. He's consistently been looking for engages. And now he has the Glacial Prison focused down on Qing Tian. If he overextends one bit, looks like the hover from Hacker might be discovered here in the end. But it will be a push up by RA with Dway and Xiaohao on the roam.
They have already rotated from the side of RA, assume and sway towards the top side of the map. You see Void Grubs are coming up. Ultra Prime will most likely want to fight for them, but they don't have to. They already have the 3. You cannot get the buff anymore for the side of RA. So they see the rotation. They can choose and opt to play away from that rotation if they want to. As you see, they pull the Darius down. He's clearing up the top quadrant of Hacker's jungle, making sure that he stays safe towards the top side, especially since he's getting outnumbered at the moment.
And really quick, if you want to take a look, that Leandries was completed about 940 or so as Hacker had gotten the back off. So he is back on the map with extreme power right now. First fully completed item. RA want to try to get Qing Tian as he comes down, but Ultra Prime going to use some of this push in mid maybe. They will be looking to take a tussle over this one.
Very nice trade right there from Vikla as well. Yokai does not have a lot of mana to play out this fight. However, the fight might already start.
TP coming in. Oh, they want it. Glacial Prison going to go through. Hacker trying to get in there now, but he's in trouble. Nice engage from Dway. The Fate Seal going to miss a little bit over the top. And now you got some decent damage, but the Lilting Lullaby is not going to make too much of a difference. Xiaoshu is carving him up in the back line here, too. Qing Tian now has found his ticket, and it's looking like a guillotine train from hell. A triple kill for Qing Tian.
The second RA overextend. They look back. They think they're winning the fight. And Qing Tian is there with the Darius. Another big fat W on the board for Ultra Prime right here. Exactly what the doctor prescribed for this one. And I was getting worried because Yokai is low on mana. He cannot put a lot of he cannot use a lot of spells in this fight. However, Doggo has been safe this entire time. Great wombo combo by RA, but look at the man sprinting in the backline. Xiaoshu thinks everyone is super low and that his team is gonna follow up, but his team is too busy trying to deal with a massive Darius.
You cannot give a champion this man was singularly known for back in the day to give it over to him, man. I'm just saying. I think the draft prep, the fact that he blinded it, and he's sitting at 3-0 is pretty impressive. Love to see that from Qing Tian. Now, he will have Trinity Force completed. First item on the Darius.
We do have 2 items already completed on the side of Ultra Prime. We're looking for Corki to finish his item as well. They're looking at Sashu. That's
really
a pretty tanky. That's a pretty tanky Cassante. There is not a lot of HP onto this tower, and you guys taking a little bit of a beating.
Shashu just wanted to get some poke in as much as possible, but that turret will end up falling here. So not only do they get almost full objective control, they will also get that first turret too, and another dragon. So Ultra Prime, I mean, hey, if we wanted to see an improvement, this is miles different from their last series.
That is a fantastic early game. This is an early game where pretty much everything has gone well. Oh, they spotted Qing Tian. He doesn't have any summoners. They could be looking to snipe him. However, the Wood is going to spot them all out. They were literally just doing the last Void grab, and they're like, nope, we want the shot on 300 gold. Could be something that they needed in their pockets to get back into this game, especially if that goes in the pockets of Vikla, who could become a very big side lane pressure point for RA. They need everything they can get right now. And if that is Vikla on a side lane with a 300 gold bonus from killing Darius, you take those.
You can try to take those at least.
You can, okay, rephrase. You can try to take those.
Just saying there's a chance. We did get another kind of item completion there. Yukai has completed his trading for us. We are going to be getting those as well for RA here sooner rather than later. I think the next thing to look at is Rift Herald. RA have put a ton of resources up towards this top side. They have consistently been just running around each other up here, and they want to try to stop the bleeding of these objectives.
However, if you look at the item disparity right now, Ultra Prime finished Kraken Slayer onto Ashe as well. Every single member, even almost a support, is about 1,000+ gold. Oh, they're gonna find Vikla here. Might have to ult.
Get the Winter's Bite there, but he does get the Fate sealed out, so that'll be a big cooldown down, and the Ignite by Niket, as Vikla will be chased into his jungle there.
Yeah, and I don't feel like RA have the resources to fight that anymore. Also, if you look over to their summoners, assume very short. Oh,
gets the nice little combo from the bush. Love to see that. Twin Convergence doing some work there.
It's getting pretty desperate from RA. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Bit.
Oh, the TP coming from Shashu.
Speaking of desperation, but look, the rest of Ultra Prime are up here. They need to be a little careful, though. Shashu was looking for the deep flank. He's going for the all-out, but he can't get the combo before he gets past the Unbreakable. And now they're all just asleep at the wheel. And RA have been completely dusted in every attempt in this early game.
Oh boy, that was so messy. The TP comes in. Vikla goes onto Yukai thinking that Shashu's going to assist him. And Shashu pulls a beeline towards the tri-bush because RA spot more people. So not only does Vikla lose his trade, they end up losing Shashu's life as well. They rotate everyone towards the top of the map just to see both the top lane tier 1 and the Herald go into the hands of Ultra Prime. Everything is going Ultra Prime's way. And let's have a look at this again, because I'm like, oh yeah, Vikla is getting some backup right here. But everyone starts pinging the tribe. So look at Shashu. He's just ignoring his mid laner.
Yeah, I think he sees the all-out angle to try to get them back over to the rest of the team, but he isn't able to get there in time. And I think that's the pull from Hacker to go back towards the rest of the team was actually a really good call. And honestly, Hacker is having an incredible game this start to this best of 3.
1, 1, and 6, almost 100% kill participation right there for Hacker. And again, we said that this man received so much criticism over in spring in terms of his performance, and I feel like the meta might have not suited him as much. Now you also have Niket, who's facilitating a lot in terms of the engages and setting up for objectives. So a lot of that hard baggage that Hacker had on his back through the entirety of spring has been somehow lifted by Niket, and he can pull out a lot more of these carries that are so prominent in the meta, and he actually looks really, really good on them.
Yeah, and you have to remember, Ultra Prime are coming off the spring split where they finished last. It was not a great split, and I think it was a very big surprise to see how strong they looked coming into this summer split. The addition of Niket having huge impact, but more so that combination of Hacker and Yukai finding a lot of those big win moments. Now, they are looking to continue this siege. They have 8,000 gold lead at 17 minutes. They are looking at this tier 2, but might not want to overextend for it here, Trouble.
I'm going to give it straight. I feel like RA should be thinking about going back to the drawing board on what went wrong. We entered this particular series and we talked a little bit about the meta and how a lot of teams will play with minimum of 3 carries and a maximum of 5. We've seen that too. But usually the really good teams will play with 4. Chingten's gonna flash that one.
That was good.
The really good teams like BLG, top esports, will play with 4 carries, and then the rest of the teams will play with 3 or 4. Right here, Ultra Prime have brought 4 into the Rift, and they're doing really well. They've got pressure from the get-go on every single lane, great pathing from Hacker, gotten a lot of pressure in that mid lane as well. However, RA, they have fallen behind, sure, and they've got scaling on Kai'Sa and Yone. That is undoubtable. However, you only have 2 carries in your team. You are not outputting enough damage to be able to bring Ultra Prime down, especially when you're in a gold deficit.
Yeah, I think the little moment of hope is like the execution really enables RA's composition if they can get to 3 items. But goodness, that tunnel looks so far down the way. I mean, you can barely even see the little glint of light at the end of it.
I'll give you a piece of your medicine. They can try to get to 3 items.
Exactly. There you go. Oh, they're actually going to try to get Vic. Oh, my God. Look away. Look away. The man's bleeding all over the place right now. 4-0 for Qing Tian as 2 Tier 2 towers will fall in favor of Ultra Prime.
Don't look at items. Don't look at gold div. Just don't look.
We'll tell you when to come back for the next game. What a way to go. What a way to start this one off. Again, a big question mark of what we were going to get coming into this one. Ultra Prime taking a hard loss in their last series, and Vikla taking a hard loss right here.
He thinks he can snap back into his soul. He snapped back straight into that gray screen. And again right here, RA, we saw them trying the entire time. Xiaohao, was trying to find gank angles. But again, I feel like this is most likely going to be an Ultra Prime victory. An Ultra Prime victory that they very much needed. A very clean, dominant early game into a very controlled mid game. Every single objective controlled and taken by Ultra Prime. Every single lane has done their job. I feel like this is exactly what we wanted to see from them, looking at a potential dark horse. Oh, Shanji TP.
Again, we're doing it. It's going to happen. Oh, they got the double pull-in from Qing Tian. Qing Tian is the target right now. They want the shutdown, but look at the lilting lullaby and all the CC chains coming in. Oh, my God, it's a catastrophe. They're going to all out on the side, but it's all done as everybody is wiped off the face of Summoner's Rift for RA, and that's a full ace in favor of Ultra Prime. They go right to the big purple worm.
And a very cheeky smile at the end from Qing Tian as well. He's like, haha, this guy's dived straight into a Darius Lilia combo. We take those boys. Again, a great try from RA. A last try, if you will, to try and bring the game back. However, this team was designed to peel any engages. And this is like very equivalent to the Shanji TP that we've seen over in the regular season from NIP. It was too late, way too little, way too late. Again, you want to pile up on a Darius? Qing will take those. He healed 60% of his HP.
He tried to, I will give Xiaoshu credit, he tried to all out him before the guillotine came down. He's like trying to be the last stand, man. He's like, I'm gonna save you, and then just sees his entire team decapitated as he leaves. It's great. It's just a little bit of unfortunate news for RA because it has not gone well for them from minute 1. I think that's where I got to give a lot of presence and praise to Ultra Prime, and especially Hacker leading it off with that early fight into Xiaohao, getting the first blood. But then the drafting as well has set them up for huge successes all along, and we're going to see that success continue to be barreled into RA.
Yeah, I don't think anyone from RA gets the green card to walk up to anyone at this point. Hacker is just 1v1 in Vikla, meanwhile, over in the mid lane, whilst Ultra Prime are taking that inhibitor tower. They could choose to even end here, pick up a team fight, bullet them under tower, and just end up here.
They still have the Baron minions for a long time, and we might actually be looking at one of the shortest games, and the shortest game of this summer Rumble stage so far. If they can end here, Vikla going in one last time. The turret getting low, and it's going down now. They got the Nexus open. They're feeling a little hesitant to finish off. Now they go with the Arctic Assault in, but Xiaohao misses that combo. Hits the Glacial Prison, though, but ends up paying his life for it anyways. And here's the last gasp effort from RA, and it will not work. They get one more kill. They'll double their kills in this game, but it meant nothing as Ultra Prime took them to task. A 1-0 start.
What a fantastic showing by Ultra Prime. We needed this They needed this more. Losing to IG back-to-back, getting denied the Ascent group, into getting that revenge match, and going 0-2 down, and everyone doubting them, and being on a 6-game lose streak. They needed this clean, dominant... Mazel, they had 4 carries, 3 of them never died the entire game.
Yeah, the fact that that RA doubled their kills at the last second by getting a kill doesn't feel great. Now, I will give the benefit of the doubt. They did get the fastest game in our Rumble stage, but they didn't get the fastest game of all split.
Hey, they have a chance for the next one.
That still goes to RA versus Top Esports. True, but this is also a situation where I do not expect RA to go quietly into the night. I expect a big fight. I expect 3-game series out of this one. We are going to step away for a short break, and we'll be back for game number 2.
has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
My king, how was I supposed to know? Everyone will falter when you die. And as we speak, the army of our enemy is approaching our gates. We cannot fly. Behold, my son, there's a way to save you all. Don't you despair.
Welcome back to LPL Summer 2024. I am Mazel. I'm joined by Trouble, of course, and we already had our first game done. You'd be wondering how it went by so quickly. Well, Ultra Prime smacked RA upside the head, Trouble, and it was impressive to watch.
Damn, that was so clean from Ultra Prime. They deserved it. We deserved it. We needed to see this. We believe that they can do it, and they actually came through. Again, 4 carries on the Rift is never very easy thing to pilot, and Ultra Prime came up on top. All of their win conditions from the early game worked, and I have to give props to Hacker because he had a phenomenal game, and I feel like his late invade into the level 2 mid lane is what really got them rolling in that early.
It really was an impressive early game into full objective control pretty much. I think 1 grub went the side of RA and 1 tower the entire game went the side of RA.
And 2 kills.
Or yeah, 2 kills total or something along those lines. Maybe not even a tower at that point. But it really was a series of dominating plays. And it all started from the draft. And I think that was the biggest problem for Ultra Prime. I know you're going to have some thoughts on what they didn't have, but I also want to say what they had, because they let Ching Tian take a classic for him, something he's been known for. He blinded this Darius, takes player of the game, but it's also the fact that you had a lot of very positive pieces being gained by Ultra Prime from the blue side, starting off with that Ashe.
Hold on a minute. Ashe banned? Darius banned? Corki banned?
Oh my god,
That
it's
is-
like RA don't want to lose again.
That is 3 out of 5 champions that Ultra Prime picked over in game 1. You don't very usually see this. Usually they'll find that one problematic champion that really caused them problems. And to be honest, maybe that is the Corki. And your Yone was no good enough of an answer, fair enough. But all 3, that leaves out so many other champions to be played on the Rift. And I wonder what RA are going to choose to go with. You said they had a lot to go their way. Listen, Namera keeps saying this is an LPL classic B1.
Dude, it's everybody's just willing to do this now. Just blind pick Renekton, first pick blue side. Why not? I like it. It's worked out sometimes too. And also, at least keeping the trend of blue side top laners in this series blind picking. Okay, maybe there was an issue. Maybe the Lucian didn't actually mean to get locked in there, but we'll see.
I was about to
exactly
say they regretted the Renekton B1. He's like, can't we redo?
Nah, I think that one was locked in boldly. I think that one's good. I think it was the Lucian.
All right.
Oh goodness.
Let's
I love
bring
our
it
top
back.
laners, by the way.
Yeah, well, let's bring it back to what RA did not have in the previous game. I feel like they just did not have enough active lanes to play through in the early game. Their only plan, I feel like, that they had in game number 1 was to shut down the Darius. And that plan was shut down by hackers level 1 late invade. And they just never were able to get back towards the top side of the map and make plays. Xiaohao kept continuously looking around the map, but you can't gank a Corki, you cannot gank Ash Brom, they're just too strong at peeling backwards, and your only play towards the top side of the map had already snowballed by that point. So I feel like RA just needed... I know it just sounds simple, but they just needed more damage in their composition, more power to play through for this objective. When you 2,000-3,000 gold down, to be able to come back from that would be huge. And I feel like a lot of the very, very good teams right now play with 4 carries on the Rift, and they just will shove like an Alistar or a Rel or a Nautilus or a Leona onto their support. So the support will do the entire heavy lifting, the engage, the disengage, the tankiness. They'll do everything, and everyone else will just be down to do the damage. And just Rare Adam just did not have that.
And the thing about their comp, they didn't have a couple things that maybe were lacking in some regard, but it wasn't a bad composition. You can see kind of the base structure of it, but again, I think it just comes down to the execution early that just becomes a lot harder to deal with. Obviously, the like level 2 gank in mid lane to get Vikla so far down that then Ultra Prime literally had priority in all 3 lanes in early game. Like, that kind of stuff just can't happen, and I really want to see if RA can gain some of that priority for themselves and have a little bit more strength coming out of the mid lane with Vikla.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I felt bad for Xiaohao because he was stuck on the Sejuani, right? So you get out cleared for sure because Lily is so much faster. Now your top lane camps are missing, so they'll know where you are because it's also warded. And like I saw Xiaohao being all over the map. He went top lane, he went mid lane, he went bot lane. He was trying so hard and just nothing was working. And what do? You are stuck on a Sejuani. You cannot carry this yourself. So it was kind of like a cat despair moment where you're trying so hard, but it's like, try harder, it's not good enough. You get slapped in the face by reality, you know?
So somebody definitely got slapped last game. That was for sure. That's absolutely for sure. But I also take a little bit of introspect in George Xiaohao as well, because we talked a little bit about the track record for Hacker. Obviously, having some difficulties, closing out games, but always finding consistent early games. Having been with E-Star, then Ultra Prime for a long time, then coming back over this last split and this last year. But it is Xiaohao on the other side, who has had a very interesting track record, obviously making his name in the LPL so far, at least on anyone's legend, but then spending the last 5 months or so before coming back to RA rather, on Weibo gaming with that squad and not finding success there. But really interested what this next chapter has in store for Xiaohao, who was on Weibo one of the most dominant junglers, it felt like.
I feel like that is the case. This is why we say RA have a lot of multiple threats, and I feel Xiaohao is one of those threats in the jungle. You just need to give him the right tools, if not to carry himself, to be able to facilitate for others. And I feel like he was just left too alone in his own devices with the Sejuani in game number 1. I want to see something a little bit more active in this particular game. I feel like the meta was a little bit more active in your face and brawly over in spring, when you had all the Xin Zhaos and the Lee Sins diving in your face. However, we're back into the draft. Mazel, the Renekton, is most likely gonna appear once again, especially without the Jax haunting that top side. I feel like the Renekton is a pretty safe pick towards the top side.
Josh, you're going to be very confident with that one. If it is going to be locked in yet again,
there he is.
like that will be the case. So I like it. We're back to it. We get to talk about the blind blue side Renekton again.
Very interesting right here, you have Tristana and Corki banned away, and the mid laners are like, what other AD carry can we put in the mid lane? Quick, put in your votes. And one that is a tail as old as time is Lucian. He's been played mid lane for so many seasons, and in general, when you can use an AD carry in the mid lane that stays very safe, can push the wave, and doesn't have to expend a lot of mana, then this is your ultimate choice right here. And Yokai is gonna choose to go with that brand. Brand,
Still
sorry,
some
Lucian.
flexibility. Yeah, Lucian. Still some flexibility in that regard, but yeah, we have seen it go towards mid lane. I really like it into the Corki, but obviously that one's banned away by RA this time around. The Brand, though, for Hacker, so keeping to maybe a little bit of that AP style, but also going the hard farming route.
I'm wondering if we're gonna see something like potentially a Jace and then maybe a Nidalee in the jungle to sort of facilitate for the top side of the map. It's not going to be the case. Forget everything I just said. Xiaohao is going back to facilitating with that Sejuani. However, the caveat here is that you do have active lane to play through. Renekton plus Sejuani. You can very easily shut down that top side of the map if you play for it.
And Vicla's like, first of all, we don't want to give it to Yukai because if it's open, I'm sure Yukai locks in that Yone. But you also get the second attempt here for Vicla to make good on that first game, and also the combination with the Sejuani. Really like these lanes for RA so far. It is the Cassante that's ended up locking into the Renekton.
So about shutting down the top side of the map, yeah. Cassante is one of the safest champions when it comes to red side as well. So Xinjiang is trying to make it as difficult as possible. He had his carry moment over in game number 1. However, now he's going to take a backseat. He's going to allow other members of the set of Ultra Prime. And now we're looking towards that bot lane for RA and support territory for both of these teams. Ziggs, very good ban right here because Asum has played Ziggs before. He is an enthusiast and they do need that AP spark, if you will, on the side of RA in terms of damage.
We definitely do. They need a little follow-up and a little bit of... honestly, I really like the Kaisa. A little bit of follow-up for the Yone ultimate there as well. Try to get that backline access. The Xayah is the focus here, so taking away some of the safer options that Ultra Prime might want to go for to get away from these divers. Because right now, RA, they're getting their wetsuits on, and they're getting a little bit of oxygen mask ready to go. They're going deep.
Ooh, very good call out right there, Mazel, onto the Kaisa. They're going to take that one away. One of the AD carries that loves to dive deep together with anyone who's engaging on your team. So RA will not have that. Another very safe AD carry, Ezreal, taking out the board right there. Another one that remains is Sivir. We have been seeing her rise to the occasion quite a lot, especially since the Nautilus, the Leonas are very prominent over in the bot lane. She can shield a lot of that engage ability. Could this be the one that Doggo chooses to go for to stay a little bit more safe in that backline?
I think okay. I think that's a good takeaway from RA, because I think RA were absolutely looking at that Leona to help set up some big combos there. But they're going to go ahead and steal that one away. There still is the choice of what you want to grab for the counter pick ADC here, unless the Lucian will end up going into that spot for Doggo. It is a classic for him. Obviously very comfortable on that one. But want to see if they want to counter this misfortune a little bit, as the Wombo combo will be initiated by RA with the bullet times of Assume.
Ooh, love that misfortune, potentially together with a Rel Wombo combo down. Usually you see Leona together with misfortune because they do so much damage together. Nautilus,
you know who goes good with divers?
Yeah, another great pick right here with the Nautilus, and RA have got a Wombo combo on their hands. Oh, that Kalista is extremely short range.
Everybody should bring an anchor with them when they go diving.
That was a good
The
one.
man is literally from the ocean. I mean, I guess if you're going there, might as well take somebody, a denizen of there. It is the Zeri locked in the end for Doggo, so he's going to have a lot of teamfight damage on his shoulders. And the teamfight looks pretty strong from Ultra Prime, but they got to be able to survive these combos from RA.
And RA, not only do they have combos, but they have a lot of pressure in the early game as well. You've got Misfortune over in the early lane. She got buffed recently on patch 14.13, so she does hurt a lot more right now. Her base AD was buffed as well, so she was the stat check AD carry back in the day, like 2 seasons ago, if I'm not wrong. She was a stat check AD carry. She had a lot of high AD ratios in her kit, and she still can and will be a bully in lane. However, you also have Renekton up in the top lane for the side of for the side of RA. Ultra Prime. RA, I'm lost.
All right. You got it. You had it.
I am so lost.
But I think
The side
also
of RA
kind of
locked. Done.
Yeah. The thing about it is, though, we did see an extremely dominant first game from Ultra Prime.
Yeah.
I mean, they absolutely came out swinging on the blue side. I expect RA to have a bit of a fight of their own, but you have to recenter yourself a little bit after a game like that. The composition they have will absolutely be a centered one, as they have a lot of ease of execution going for them and a lot of combos to dive the backline of Ultra Prime. Ultra Prime, on the other hand, maybe trying to take a little bit of that momentum for themselves. They need to thrive off of Hacker and Yuukai, this mid-jungle duo that makes this team tick. We have a strong early presence. We'll see what Game 2 has in store for us as we kick off now.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
Let's go. We got some gyos.
A little bit going, yeah. Again, I do really enjoy the people who start the chance and they try the hardest. Sometimes they don't try their hardest, you know, they just want to try the chance so the team doesn't feel left out, which is fair enough.
It works. It
全
works.
军出击！
State of play, it feels like, is both these teams obviously in group Nirvana, the second group here in our Rumble stage of LPL. Need every win they possibly can get to make sure that they stay in the top 4 of this bottom group. And Ultra Prime already took a pretty hard loss against IG, 0-2. So they want to go a little bit more positive in this one. RA started off really strongly, beating TT 2-0. Now, we'll see if RA can even up this series itself. We get a little early engagement with 2v2 in bot side.
And I was looking all this time at Yuukai. He had already pushed far onto that mid lane, wants to get that priority for his jungler. So much of pivotal importance for Ultra Prime that their mid-jungle duo is doing so well. And they're set up for success. They have so much damage between the two. A lot of priority to come through from the Lucian. And I feel like the way that the whole Lucian, Corki versus Yone matchup works is very, very similar. You've got a lot of AoE, sorry, with Lucian to work with, but you also got your auto attacks to push down the wave and punish Yone, who's a melee champion. However, Asuman's Way have been playing extremely aggressive. And it comes back to the fact that Misfortune is such a lane bully. The second you get a Q through with the Nautilus, she can definitely follow up to punish.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous what kind of damage you can add on, especially if you're able to get those first autos onto the target itself. And now they will have complete control of that bot side. There is no stepping up, really, until you get a couple levels under your belt for Ultra Prime. I want to check in on junglers. There was some vision gained by RA over Hacker on his path. They are both barreling down towards this bot side, though.
And if you look on the map as a whole, this is a complete different image that we had from game number 1. Both of the junglers are going to be full clearing towards that bot side. However, Xiaohao is looking mid.
Oh, Yuukai dashes forward, and that might have just sealed his fate. Level 3 gank with the flash Arctic Assault, and now Yuukai gets locked down. First blood for Xiaohao, and a bit of revenge from game number 1.
They say if you fail, try again. Xiaohao, fantastic gank right here. Doesn't finish the full clear, grabs that bread buff straight into that mid lane. The expected Sejuani to try and full clear. Brand is such a fast champion when it comes to clearing the jungle that if you're playing a ganking jungler and you show up, you're losing something. But his bot lane corner was so safe that Xiaohao opted for that mid lane gank. Very, very well done and very needed for their early game.
As soon as Yuukai dashed forward, that was the all-go button for Xiaohao, and he will end up finding a little bit of presence now, which means he could try to upend Hacker a little bit more on this Brand. Brand, though, will continue doing Brand things and quick clearing the jungle. Hasn't taken his back yet. We'll do that now.
Should probably take the back and head towards that bot side, see if the Skullcrab is still alive, which it is. We know it is, but he doesn't know. But we'll see whether he's going to just go towards the top side of the map. And again, Shashi right here on a much better matchup for him. He does have the upper hand onto the Renekton, into the Cassante. Can bully very early on. You can use that Renekton level 6 as well to play around those fights towards the neutral objectives. Very nice hooks right there. Constantly that bot lane for RA also 1 level up on their counterparts. That is a great start to game number 2 for Rare Atom.
Oh, yeah. Much better as well than last game. Right now, Xiao Hao is being spotted out on a ward going into the jungle of Hacker. They do have this control ward to play off of here, though. Hacker knows there's some spice waiting for him in the jungle, or maybe some cold. As Xiaoshu getting a really nice trade on the Xingtian. It will be a steal of the Chicky Nuggies, though, by Xiaohao.
They had Yone pushing in, so they used the extra body from Vikla, level 5 onto this Yone to get into the jungle and steal some of those chickens, as you mentioned. Bot lane had a lot of control as well, and this is great play from the side of Rare Atom because they know which lanes are in danger and which are not, and especially when you spot the brand, then your lanes, especially bot and top, that have had priority the entire time, are just free to permanently push. So you do have the support of your team to get into this jungle and fight for you at whatever moment possible. Very good stuff right here from RA. However, Ultra Prime will grab and will continue on the 100% objective control here within the series.
Yeah. You know, Assume and Jue's pockets were getting a little too full with gold. They had to go back. BF Sword first completed there for RA and Assume, at least. And at least Ultra Prime take a bit of an advantage of the back there, but they will end up getting a bit of a pity prize in terms of that first dragon. They have to follow that one up and continue stacking that. As Grubs are already started up by Xiaohao on the other side, we see support starting to get out on the map.
And if you look in general at the items, I love how you spotted the BF sword, because if you look at the items, it's all combat items that have been purchased. Apart from the Yone that's gone more towards that attack speed, if you will, as Hacker is wrapping around the Yone that we were just talking about. Every single other member, you'll see a pickaxe onto the Renekton, you'll see a BF sword onto the Misfortune. This is raw damage items ready to brawl.
Hacker. This is really rough for Hacker. He does get the Ignite immediately on him. Xiaohao's going to take the big chicken there in the end. As Xiaoshu was already moving down. It was only 2 grubs secured by RA. They were feeling like they needed to make a collapse on mid lane.
You know what? Xiaohao's not having it. This is his jungle now. You don't get to steal anything from him. You see his willingness right there to just dive in, take the last big chicken for himself. He's had enough from that level 1 bullying that happened in game number 1. However, again, right here, I'm loving the fact that RA are ready to fight. And talking about fighting, Jue has taken every single Q he could find. Xiaohao will find himself towards the bottom of the map, and they do have a wave to work with. No level 6 on Leona or Zeri, and they have level 6 on Misfortune. This could be huge.
Yeah, that's really big.
Oh.
The all-out, though, at top lane. You had to know it was coming. And Hacker will be the one that picks that one. That's huge. And he is going to steal away the blue over here. Bot lane, the gank has not been pulled off yet. And I don't know if they're going to be able to.
Ooh, I was about to say, as a consequence of top lane dying, you have to back to try and defend your jungle. But Xiaohao stayed around, tried to reset, but still stayed on the map. And now he's mid lane, trying to make his way towards his top side of the map. And his top side of the map is most likely gone because you know Brand is around. So a little bit of a probably miscommunication onto the map. Xiaohao is still going to look for those void grabs, trying to defend them. Hacker has to back since he got that kill. And that's the one is I stayed on the map a little bit for too long, I would say.
Just a little bit.
I mean, he literally started in bot side and ended up top lane.
Yeah. There's a pretty hefty CS differential gained in mid lane right now by Vikla. I want to see if they can press that one up. Obviously, Ukai going to get a little bit of support here to kind of clean that one up. But it is a situation where if Vikla is even a little bit ahead at 25 minutes, I'm sorry, but Yone is going to be canceling people on Ultra Prime. Now we're going to get the 1v1 on top side. But I worry that Ultra Prime not being ahead is going to be very difficult for them to execute these fights later on against RA.
They need a lot of time and space created, especially when we're looking at the Zeri, when we're looking at those late game fights. And I'm not going to lie to you, I'm looking at Lucian, and I'm looking at Zeri, and I'm looking at Bran, and I'm like, these carries are not necessarily very long range carries, and they like to be in your face hitting, especially when you've got tanks like Cassandra and Leona to create space for you. That's perfect. But RA have such great backline access with the Renekton, with the Yone, with the ultimate from Nautilus, that even if you keep your distance, they'll close that distance up. So it's up to RA to actually misstep with their engage and give Ultra Prime the space that they need to play those fights around.
Well, we will have first item coming up. Already the convergence had been completed for a little while by Xiaohao. Obviously a bit of a cheaper item, but the Liandry is completed at about 940 yet again, this time by Hacker. And on the brand that enables your powers so strongly. And we have a dragon coming up in about 45 seconds.
Ooh, nice trade from Vikla.
Oh my god! Take that lollipop and suck on it, doggo. My goodness. He's gonna go back in. I love that. Oh my god, he gets the kill in the end. What an absolute debate. Now you're getting the fade sealed in though, and Niket's gonna die as well. Pyroclasm is doing work right now, and Doggo's here to clean things up. Double marksman, and here comes Doggo. He goes straight into his own death though, and a double kill goes over in the end to assume. Meanwhile, Vikla makes it out alive in the end.
Wow, fantastic play by Vikla right there, last minute to take that kill onto Doggo. But right before this fight, we literally said it's up to RA to whiff their engage, which will create space for Ultra Prime to play their fights out with the Zeri. And that's exactly what happened. We're gonna hold on to that though, because Dragon has been started. There are not many ultimates around in RA's disposal.
Hacker does so much damage, though. It's actually ridiculous. Not only to the objective, but in that fight as well. Xiaohao not even going to go for it here. Second dragon secured by Ultra Prime.
And it is going to be Ultra Prime with the two dragons right here off of the back of that fight that we just watched. Vikla very lucky to come out alive with his life. The wave is going to get pushed down. Asum and Dway are going to dispatch of it. And let's look at this fight again, because I feel like this was a whiffed engage. Suede sees Doggo. Great. You know what this guy can do? He can jump through walls. Misfortune was not fast enough, which means you have now taken one member down from the set of RA. You're fighting 3 versus 4. And look at all the space that's been created. Insanely great block right there from Xiaohao onto that Yone ultimate as well to not reach the backline. And Doggo short, he overreaches. He sees the low HP bars, overreaches. A little bit of life still onto that Yone. Great usage of the shield as well. Vikla gets out. But again, you see how one mistake in terms of an engage can give Ultra Prime what they need to play their fights out.
And they love that this game is at an even pace, because if RA are ahead, I mean, they absolutely have the decision-making power in this one. We speak about that decision-making power. RA were trying to decide to move topside. They were literally moving 4 bodies up here to try to make that play. There is the Grubs Season 2 spawning soon.
Oh, the TP. The TP. Vikla's coming in on the Yone. You do have TP onto Yokai if they want to take the 5 versus 5 for the Void Grubs. Ultra Prime, I don't know if you want to give away Void Grub buff when there is a Yone and a Renekton, which can very easily split push later on and take your towers down super quickly. However, you need to dispatch of that midland wave and try to get some vision in.
Vikla will end up going into the fight there. Niket wrapping around. They do have Jingtian, and they're TPing in Yuukai now as well. Dway gonna flash away there in the end. Now a little bit of damage being done here as they don't get the Ultra Shock Laser. The bullet time only onto 1. Arctic is not gonna hit, and neither will the Glacial Prison. Xiaoshu locked down with Fate Seal from Vikla. Is Big Vikla back in town, baby? As now they got the double tap. Yuukai not gonna go down in the end. Ultra Prime forced off of the play, and that will be full grubs for RA.
Damn, Vikla is so good on this champion. Insane engage right there to push Ultra Prime off of the objectives. It's a 1-for-1 in terms of kills. However, the Grubs will go over to the side of RA. And look at this. RA have already started this, and they threw everything in the kitchen sink onto Zwei. As you can see, even Qingtian is going onto this Nautilus. Presses the Q3 on him, and Zwei just walks the heck out. And Vikla, he was blocked last time by Xiaohao. However, this time he did his geometry test, he passed it, and he went from a side angle.
Oh my goodness.
Just
that
about.
Was so ridiculously close.
Just about.
Oh man. And this game has been much more of the flavor that I expected between these two. It is tussles, it is fights, it is non-stop complete action. And speaking of that, we get Rift Herald. A little bit of action up here as RA will take that one.
Ultra Prime are going to trade the Rift Herald for a bot lane tower. Again, Usually we'll see the Rift Herald being used either as an engage tool. I think Zwave was the last person who tried to use it as an engage tool in the previous series that we saw from RA. Didn't work very well, but also taking that mid lane tower or getting a chunk off of that mid lane tower could be huge. You have a lot of wave clear in the likes of Lucian and Brand together that it's going to be really hard to siege a tower if you're RA, especially since you're only one ranged champion in your entire composition.
That's what makes it so difficult. And that's what maybe helps that low range that you were highlighting for Ultra Prime earlier. But we're getting back on the map. We're getting the Niket Hacker duo team up going out now as well. Very, very potent. But I think the big focus will be Dragon coming up in about 40 seconds. You definitely want to deny a soul point against Ultra Prime because they will then be able to move around the map with that decision-making prowess.
However, all this time, under everyone's noses, Hacker is 2-0-3 on this brand. I'm loving that he's getting highlighted by the broadcast as well on the back of that, because he's been doing fantastically well on the AP carries for the entire series. And he does have his flash available for the next fight, which is going to be of pivotal importance. He needs to stay alive because he is the majority of the damage output that Ultra Prime have onto them, and not to mention, of course, the smite holder. However, Dragon spawned, but everyone has gathered around the top side.
Let's make a play up here because we can, is what they say. Yeah, I think Ultra Prime will go ahead and take the resets here. I think Hacker has so much underlying damage because not only do you think about the kind of AoE or kind of team fight setup that Ultra Prime have, if everyone from RA is diving, they're all going to a singular area. They're all melee, right? And you can easily wreck with a power class. And we saw it happen in that fight in front of the Dragon Pit as well. We'll see if RA can make good on a couple of their advances here, though. They look in mid lane.
They're looking at Doggo. He does have his flash available and his Baron. Niket is around to defend him if that happens. However, right here, both teams are looking for a little bit of mid lane priority to try and take control onto this river. And this is sort of the price that you pay, right? There were 3 members of each team towards the top side of the map. None of them have established a lot of vision in the river. If anything, RA have a little bit more due to having a lot of pressure mid lane and bot lane. So they do know what's happening, and Ultra Prime are trying to scramble themselves around those areas to try and find ways to get into the river. They will manage it right now. And let's see if RA will want to pull the trigger. There is TP onto Vikla and Chintian, who are right now sitting on the top side of the map.
All right, there we go. They're going to use the Rift Herald in mid. It's a bit of a distraction. Carnifex there. The Dragon's already going down. 50-50 here, maybe. Our Hacker, he actually gets it. Oh, my goodness. He's immediately going to be blown up, though. Now Doggo doing some work here. Niket going to flash out, but is he going to survive? He is for a while. Fate Seal going to be pushed away, but still gets 2 in the end. All out coming through from Chintian. Doggo taking down Xiaoshu here as well. And now Yuikai able to clean house, I'd assume. These fights have been neck and neck, but Ultra Prime come out the victor in that one.
Ultra Prime take their soul point, and they take 3 lives from RA. They'll get to push that mid lane tower as well, with Doggo and Chintian staying alive. You do have the extra rune as well to do the extra damage onto the tower. This is great stuff from Ultra Prime. Being able to free up that mid lane tier 1 as well is an extra victory. And remember what we said earlier on. The more carries you're running on your team, the more threats you have. Yukai is going to take that top lane tier 1 as well.
Ultra Prime have lived and died by their mid jungle, but right now they're living by their whole team. We see a group effort in this replay.
I'm very surprised that they actually took the 50-50. I felt like for Ultra Prime, they really needed this struggle to try and pressure RA more on the map. However, Hacker gets the smite but dies instantly. But look at Yukai, look how safe he's playing through the wall. He's got the vision with the control ward into this brush, and he's actually zoning 3 members of RA whilst Doggo is dispatching of whoever is jumping over the wall. Great stuff from Ultra Prime. I feel like their team fighting has been looking very crisp in this series.
It really has been, and that's not always something we've been able to say. They came out in the early parts of this split with some serious splashes. We're like, oh my God, who's this Niket guy? This rookie coming through. He was very well known in LDL. It was really nice to see him come through, but then we saw some faltering towards the end. It was really close into the split. Like we said, both these teams so very close to being in Group Ascend rather than Group Nirvana, but it really has been about trying to pull it together. And this Ultra Prime roster, it seems like they've learned their lesson from that hard 0-2 loss to IG.
And again, that is so important mentioning the IG loss because that was a 6-game lose streak. And Ultra Prime needed to start winning right here, right now, if they want to make it out of Group Nirvana. And this has been a great showing, Mazel. 4,000 gold in the lead right now. They've got 3 carries with 2 items each. They've got 2 tanks on their teams that can sit in front of them and create time. Shasha's been caught here.
Oh my God,
in the front
that's just
line.
Doggo. That's literally just Doggo's damage, doing almost half of Xiaoshu's health, not able to turn it back around, and Ultra Prime will just fully take the jungle of RA here. They're losing pressure on the map, and they aren't able to get the flex seal down.
The next objective on the map as well is going to be that Baron. Since you have so much control through that mid lane, you can actually sneak in wards and try to catch RA off guard. Talking about catching RA off guard, RA is not going to be defending that bot lane tier 2. Almost falls to Yuakai and Qingtian right here. They're going to be taking their resets right now. 1.5 minutes for the next Dragon. RA, I definitely not want to give away. What's that? Oh, he just got the control ward.
And that's how he got it all off, yeah.
You know what? That's me for real. You know, when you see the control, if you see the control ward, you have to kill the control ward, even if it costs you your life,
because
myself.
it's just going to stay there forever if you don't. So you got to take care of it now. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
He grows,
like it.
and then he grows more control wards, and then you've lost vision.
That'd be really awful if that's how it works. Can you imagine a controller that just
Like a
spreads
Hydra.
across the map?
Like a Hydra,
Oh
you
my
kill
God.
one, it spawns 3.
That sounds terrifying. Anyways, I also want to check in before we get to these next ones, because we have about 50 seconds for the next dragon. RA have to fight this one. It is a Cloud Soul, but you don't want to give Cloud Soul to this team. They literally pop their ultis and they run at you. So having to fight over that is important. You are on second items now for a couple of members. You have Assumes Lord Doms and a BF sword on top of it. So you will have some damage in your Wombo combo for RA.
I just feel like for RA, it really depends on who the first champion that they catch is. It worked pretty well for them when they caught Hacker in this previous iteration of the fight. Xiaohu is going to get spotted onto the ward right here. However, you need to take at least 2 of those 3 carries down with you, and they're looking for an engage right here.
TP in from Vikla there. They were bringing Doggo up, but they really want this tier 2 in bot side. So Ultra Prime is just going to lean this way.
Oh, Xiaohu has spotted Doggo, though, in the jungle, so he's just searching around for him.
Yeah. Wait, they're going to collapse over here. This is 3v4. Maybe they try to go for it. Not going to find the angle they want.
They're
That's a
pinging
very
Yukai.
greedy back by Yuakai. Will spot out Xiaohao on the transition through that control ward. More jungle going the way of Ultra Prime here.
Ultra Prime is controlling the map so well. They're using the pressure that Yuakai is creating towards the bots on the map. They're looking at the extra members. RA, can they find the one target that they need?
This feels like a cliff's edge, maybe the Mariana Trench, as all these divers got their wetsuits and RA trying to give a fight. But oh my God, something's gone wrong with the oxygen.
Oh!
And Ultra Prime, they're actually able to get 2 back from Assume, though. RA doing some work, and now they're going to collapse over on a Doggo. Ultra Prime assumed the divers were out of oxygen, but they're there all day long. They'll deny that Dragon Soul, and RA find a little fight left to give in this one.
Ultra Prime pile up on the choke point, and Assume stands still and presses R to anyone who tries to walk forward. Great stuff from RA. They found their target. They stopped the Soul from going down, and now they can take finally that mid lane tier 1, create a little bit more pockets of vision for themselves deeper into Ultra Prime's jungle, and potentially catch more people as they come. No flash on Hacker for the next skirmisher fight. And let's look at this replay once again. Vikla does have a very nice angle for the fight right here, but has to flash away from Qingtian. And look at Assume this whole time. He's just baiting. Niket has to flash forward. They throw everything onto Jue again, and he's more than happy to tank it and bait the entirety of Ultra Prime to walk through that choke point as Assume uses his bullet time.
Yeah, I'll just say, unfortunately, Niket has one job this game, and it is to use the Solar Flare on the bullet time of Assume. He used it on the Nautilus, and as soon as he did that, Assume stepped back and was like, let's make it rain. And absolutely love that one. So he's 6-2 now, 3 items complete with the IE as well. So that is a serious pack of a punch. And RA, they have their combo online, only 2,000 gold in the deficit now.
And again, a reminder that it was RA that had to fumble their engage for Ultra Prime to create space for themselves. Ultra Prime forced a little bit too hard through that choke point, and going up for a Baron potentially, which is the only neutral objective left on the map right now for both of these teams to play for. Ultra Prime are going to have to be very careful in terms of how far do they overextend and what bodies do they choose to engage on. Going for Dwayne, piling up on him is only going to enable Assume to do a lot more damage. And as you can see, Xiaohao has been trying to find some creative angles in general to try and get a flank, to try and find the targets behind the tanks. Xiaoshu doing the exact same thing. Rare Atom are stepping up here.
I do want to move over. Yeah, Xiaoshu gonna have to flash. Still
Oh my
almost
God.
dies to Yuikai, who is also getting those items. But now it's a 4v5. They want to try to go for this, but the angle is a little bit weird. Qingtian overextending a bit, but Q3 knocks him back. Joy getting low. Joy going down. Bullet time going wide. Now Power Plasma across the back, and you're burning to that Rallies. Slowing you down. Gonna have to burn the flash there. Xiaoshu is booking it here, but all of his teammates are already dying. But double kill goes over to Yuikai. In the end, he does burn his flash. Vikla trying to put up his best defense, but now Ultra Prime, they're turning around to try to recircle onto this mid lane.
Oh, Dogo dashes in forward just to clear out the wave. They don't give anything over to Ultra Prime and... Sorry, to RA, and Ultra Prime with a great fight right here. They're gonna start the Baron. Xiaohao is around. That's a flash.
Qingtian just gonna body block his way out, all out to get him over the wall. The Baron is already going down. RA, they're trying to make a play. Double knock up there. Big seal from Vikla. Is it gonna be enough though? RA, they have the health bars to try to take this fight. Hacker is the one that needs to be the damage dealer, maybe that front line. Oh, those are some greedy backs, but it is Baron empowered recall, so they will get away with 4 Baron capes.
Vikla snapped back so quickly from that play. I expect him to try and do a little bit more damage, or they potentially take a few of the Baron buffs away with him. However, let's have a look at this again. Xiaoshu and Xiaohao have been trying to find creative angles this entire time. However, Xiaoshu right here got spotted from Ultra Prime. He had to expend his flash to get away, and his HP bar gets chunked down, and this is where Ultra Prime know they've got the bodies advantage. They've got more numbers into this mid lane, and they just straight up engage. They're not going through that choke point. Mid lane is a pretty wide lane, and that Misfortune ultimate does not cover the entirety of it. Very, very clever re-engage coming out from Ultra Prime.
Now RA, they were carving that lead down piece by piece, but they find that that lead has regrown a bit. Maybe like the Hydra ward that we were talking earlier.
Oh,
and
no.
Ultra Prime now with a Baron buff for another minute and 40 seconds, looking tier 2s across the board here. They already got the one on bot side. We'll have Doggo there in the side lane right now.
Yeah, Dogo's trying to take some pressure off of that mid lane, put it towards that bot, but RA have pretty good wave clear with the Misfortune right there. Oh,
Full
Vikla.
engage on Niket. Vikla's Bloodthirster down as well. The flash out as well. Now they already got Niket. He is down, but you got to be careful that Pyroclasm doing some work on the back line. Ultra Prime lose a member though, and that's a bit rough because that is your front line and your primary main engage.
And mainly your Baron buff push, right? This is exactly what you needed to use to take that mid lane tier 2. This would have created chaos into RA's jungle. However, Ultra Prime are staying around, the TP being pulled.
This is a bit of a ballsy fight by Ultra Prime if they want to take it, because all 5 members are going to be here by RA. There is the Dragon Soul to fight for here, which RA will deny once again. So they've done a really good job of timing themselves down to this bot side to stop Ultra Prime from picking up the soul they early got, at least the soul point of.
Yeah, off of the back of Vikla, diving in, getting a pretty good chunk off of Niket and the rest of the team following up. That was a 4,000 or 5,000 gold lead. It's closed down just a little bit right now, but especially denying the soul from Ultra Prime is going to be huge. Another tower that's going to go down, more gold over to the side of RA, and I have commended RA over and over again for the way they dip in and out of fights, and they've been doing this entire time right here. Vikla finding the poke and then getting that all in from the side of RA. However, Ultra Prime, they do have some Baron buff left in them. It's gonna expire just right now, and Baron power play was just about 1 tower.
At least it works. We also just got 4th item for Assume. He got the rapid fire cannon, so I have a lot more range of damage, at least in this initial hit. But I'm also checking in on kind of those conditions we set out for both teams. The all-in, the engage, definitely there on the side of RA. If they have the upper hand, if they can catch somebody out, that's huge. But we've seen that Ultra Prime have been really sticking it in team fights, and you have to be really careful of the consistent damage they can put out.
And it's very scary, right, for RA diving into Ultra Prime, especially when there's like a Brand with Rylai's. You've got 4 melee champions. That slow is going to be brutal trying to navigate around those team fights. So I feel like a lot of the pressure lies on Assume to get a really huge bullet time to keep himself safe from the Brand poke, from getting engaged on by Niket's Leona. So Assume's positioning right here is going to be key for RA, and they have to rely on him to put down the damage.
So much tense nature to this one. Ultra Prime having taken a very strong game number 1. RA given a bit of a fight here in game number 2, much more like what we expected between these two teams. But we also look back to what this split and especially this Rumble stage has entailed for both these teams. RA started off so strongly with a 2-0 over TT. Ultra Prime losing their series to IG in triumphant fashion, honestly. It felt like Ultra Prime maybe had lost a lot of their mojo they had in the placement stage. But here they are with a lead in back-to-back games and a lot of strength behind them. And it's been led by that mid-jungle that we talked so much about in Hacker and Yukai.
2-2 and 9, 4-2 and 6, both very, very fed in this particular game. 3 items for Hacker. You've got the Hourglass in there. 4 items for Yukai coming in. They will be the primary carries for their team. Set up a bunch of vision towards the top quadrant of Xiaohao's jungle as well. Going for that Baron with spawning in about 45 seconds. However, it was all cleared out by the pressure of RA. Every time you take a reset, the other team will walk in and establish some vision. However, there is a ward exactly where Assume is walking right now that could potentially be used if RA push too far forward for a flank from Qingtian.
Ultra Prime, we're looking. They have a massive flank going around them right now. Yukai
Shashu
is way off of the team. We have double flanks going on for both sides. Who's going to pull the trigger first? And vision being gained by Ultra Prime on the bottom side of this fight, though. And Hacker going to eventually go towards that top side, see if there was any flank going that way. Nothing else going to be gained of it, though. But we do have objectives spotting up, at least the Baron on the top side, which Ultra Prime will move vision around now.
However, huge props to RA. They've constantly been trying to find ways to get behind enemy lines on Ultra Prime. There's 3 carries, all 3 very fed on the side of Ultra Prime, making sure that you take 1 or 2 down with you. If you're Renekton, if you're Sejuani, is huge. And both Shashu and Xiaohao have been trying to find this. However, right now, it's a straight up 5 versus 5 for the Baron.
Watch Vikla, watch Assume. Bullet time / Fate Seal, the biggest combos for RA. If they can get those, it is a guaranteed win. They will force the hand of Ultra Prime. You got to be careful in these situations, though, because Ultra Prime have a lot of strength from range. They can throw up Pyroclasm into that pit, and it'll get so scary. There they go. They're going to do it. They got so much damage. Look at the flank, though. Xiaoshu looking for Yukai. Doesn't get it. The Baron has gone down to Ultra Prime, and Assume has fallen as well. The rest of RA, they had best laid plans, but you know what they say about that. And Ultra Prime make it good. Almost 7,000 damage by Doggo, and he, the veteran here, has made the difference.
We wanted to see him pop off, and when Ultra Prime needed him, he showed up. Ultra Prime needed this. A 6-game lose streak ends with a 2-0 over RA.
They will make good on those early falterings here in the Rumble stage, and they will make good on how good they looked early on in the placement stage. A 2-0 victory to rectify their split so far, and Ultra Prime will be happy about that one. Look at the relief on Doggo's face. An incredible performance in back-to-back games by this squad.
Qingchen also springing off his chair, fist bump to Hacker, who was sitting next to him. They know that this was a very, very good performance, and RA threw punches at them this entire time. Flank after flank after flank. The gangs taking objectives off of them. Ultra Prime did not budge a bit in this game. Excellent stuff from them, honestly.
Really just impressive. Like, just impressive. Not only the answer to the blind Renekton, the chadness of Qingtian at game number 1 to pick his tried and true Darius and just run the map. Like, this is the Ultra Prime that got me so excited for them early on in the split. This is the Ultra Prime who are thriving off of early games that Hacker sets up and just spring launching it forward. You see the toll, or I guess the benefit, that Niket puts onto the map when he's able to sync up with Hacker, and it just feels like when it goes right, this team can punch up with the best of them.
I feel like Hacker just feels free to play the carry champions, to not have the burden of always having to engage, always having to facilitate, always having to be the one ganking and creating opportunities. And I feel like Niket has slotted into this team perfectly. Not only does he make Doggo play more aggressive in the lane, go for these 2v2s that we saw over in game 1 as well, but he also frees up Hacker and building up with him in terms of synergy of a support and jungle. It showed in this particular game on how they were navigating those fights, who was engaging, who was playing the battleline. Sometimes it was Hacker, sometimes it was Niket, and it worked wonderfully for them.
And we loved to focus on that support matchup, Jue, obviously the former support for Ultra Prime versus Niket, the new up-and-comer. But it really was a battle of their influence on a lot of the engages and things like that. And it was really nice to see even Jue have some positive moments out on the map itself. But it just felt like the machinations of RA were always there, but the execution was not. And that's where we can take a little bit more of an introspective look to RA, where they had a very dominant series against TT, but you could see that maybe it was leaning on some of those niche picks to some extent, but the setups, the holistic setups. Tonight they tried dive comps, they tried things like that, and it just didn't work for them.
No, it absolutely did not. And I feel it had a lot to do with the way they were playing those early games, right? They were shut down very harshly in the early game. However, here, I thought they had a chance. The Renekton was doing pretty well. Their bot lane was doing pretty well, constantly pressuring. That Vikla is on his Yone. He's going to be huge later on, and they just never found their footing in that mid game. And it actually worries me because looking at their team fights, I feel like they're one of those teams that can very easily dip in and out of a fight, which means that their communication is on point. However, if you don't have enough of a stable mid game, which is what really screwed them up in this particular game, they had a strong early, their team fights were looking better, but you've lost a lot in that mid game and you just couldn't bounce back.
Yeah, and that's the problem with the wombo combo style compositions. If you never get that wombo combo off, you're sitting there questioning why we even grabbed some of the pieces in the first place. But you could see some of the pull-offs when they were especially able to get the big assume in the choke point bullet time there. But then you look at the other side and you're like, oh, no wonder. They have so much consistent damage. If one combo goes awry for RA, the consistent damage will shine through for Ultra Prime. And you get to see a little bit of that shining through here on the top lane early play by Ultra Prime.
I just want to celebrate Ultra Prime in general because I want to bring up a few of the question marks that we had coming into this series. And for Ultra Prime as a whole, we're looking at Qingchen over to the top side of the map and we're like, hey, when he was in top esports, he was one of the very stable pieces to the equation. He was very consistent. However, it has not been the case for Ultra Prime. This series, not only consistent, but very dominant in his plays and his laning phase as well. Hacker and Yokai, Ultra Prime lives and dies by their sword. Are they going to get ahead? They absolutely did. Hacker had some fantastic pathing in the early game to try and get Yokai ahead. Yokai having a great laning phase as well on both sides of the Yone X AD carry matchup. And Doggo, we knew that Niket was great with his engages, but Doggo, can he do it again? Can he show us the glimpses of the great AD carry that we saw when he was over at PSG? He absolutely did. He popped off on that Zeri in game 2.
And go back to the point you made about the top lane and look at Xiaoshu, who we literally came into this series praising for the amount of damage he did in that last series for RA against TT. And really Qingtian being able to shut him down first and foremost with the blind Darius and then being able to answer the blind Renekton. Really, really good stuff in terms of draft answers for Ultra Prime.
As we can see here, a lot of the fights as well, I felt like RA were just trying to scramble about a plan.
God, it looks so good though.
And I'm just very sad because it feels like Vikla was having these genius moments where he would find a pick and then the team would follow up. But in the last fight, we said, hey, it's all on Assume's shoulders. And look where Assume is. In no man's land, no tank in front of him, all alone, in a choke point, gets engaged on and absolutely killed. And I feel like his bullet times won them the fights in a lot of these skirmishes that we saw for the objectives, and it just wasn't necessarily the positioning that you wanted to see that misfortune. I've said it over many times, more than one flank is not equal to a flank anymore because the person that is outnumbered would get turned on very quickly.
And you get to see a little bit of the combination there, the fist bump from Yokai to Hacker. Love to see those kinds of moments, especially with a team that has been fighting tooth and nail together, and we've seen them rise through so many moments. And again, you look back to the last split, they were last place in spring, and you look how close they were to that group ascend from that placement stage as well.
And they're doing great right now. I'm happy for Ultra Prime, of course. RA, both of them are going to be 1-1 at this stage, so there's going to be a lot of bad blood between them, but I'm really loving to see Ultra Prime back. I think it was one of my dark horses coming into the summer split, and I feel like seeing how Niket and Hacker were playing earlier on in the groups really sparked that joy, watching them sort of grow and develop. RA have a lot to work on when it comes to their mid game, but I'm pretty sure they'll bounce back too.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing about this as well. The reason why this means a little bit more is because it is single round robin, and it is a very large drop if you are at the bottom 4 of this group Nirvana.
Very large drop.
You're gonna follow
See, this is the point where I'm like, he's gonna give me a really good speech right now. It's like, it's a very it was the drop. It was the drop
4-4,
overall,
right? So like you're either done with your split or you go on to a play-in, play-out, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, and it's for a lot of these teams, they've not played each other because a lot of them were in different groups, right? So not only have you not played each other, but you're only playing each other for once. That's pretty impressive. Again, Ultra Prime and RA give us a pretty good showing. Congratulations to Ultra Prime for showing such a clean, clinical series overall, game 1 and game 2. However, they're now tied 1-1, both of them.
Yep, they are indeed, and that's going to be a lot of fun to watch. I do believe we are ready to go ahead and kick it over to a break for our second series. MVP rather first, sorry. I do wonder, though, is it Doggo?
Or is it Doggo?
Or is it Doggo? I give it to Hacker, too. Yeah, there we go. That's my go. That's my go. I was going to say, Hacker on the AP Junglers this time around was actually super, super huge.
You know what? I'm not gonna lie. I think he got robbed a little bit in series number 1 because Chingtian was playing Darius, and Darius is very flashy of a champion, and he did have a few flashy moments. However, I feel like the MVP of the series as a whole, if I was to choose, I know I'm not choosing anything, but if I was to choose, I think Hacker would definitely be the MVP of the entire series. His pathing, the way he manipulates the early game into the late, carries, is able to manipulate camps, if you will, in mid lane, bot lane, top lane pressure has been fantastic this series.
Yeah, and we'll see if that can continue, at least in some regard. Again, that word consistency maybe haunting Ultra Prime in some ways. We'll see if that continues here. But speaking of continuing, we're done with our first series. We have to get to our second series. We're going all the way up to Group Ascend as we have NIP versus AL on the other side of this break.
I am the light bringer. Now listen, fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Oh, 50 million souls live in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Yeah, bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Call down the reckoning, bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace, restore our glory to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer.
Welcome back to the LPL Summer 2024 Rumble stage. We have ascended to Group Ascend, and we are moving on to NIP versus Anyone's Legend. I am Mazel. I'm joined by Trouble, and I couldn't be more excited for this one because we had a little bit of a shocker in that first series with Ultra Prime taking a dominant 2-0. Now, I want to see what we get with this one. And a series I expect to be extremely back and forth between two teams who know each other very well this split.
I'm actually expecting this to be extremely one-sided from the side of AL, unless NIP prove me wrong. And hear me out. I know it sounds so harsh, but this team we had so many expectations for. NIP, they came through spring and we saw them develop all the way to their playoffs. I'm specifically looking at Aki because he received the most criticism out of any NIP member during spring, and when we were developing through the playoffs phase, he looked so darn good, and we thought that this NIP was gonna look so good going towards summer. They were gonna look so good, potentially taking a spot towards Worlds. However, NIP have not looked good when Rookie has not looked good. And you cannot hide behind the blanket of your mid laner for eternity. I want NIP members to step up. When Rookie doesn't win, they can win a game.
And that's where I look to the OMG transplants a little bit, Naki and Shanji, to see if they could actually have something to say here as well. And obviously, last time we saw Rookie and Photic together, they were one of the most dominant 2v2, or at least two carries we've seen. So that means on the other side, AL might have a lot of maybe overdog power to them here in this one because of a lot of favor going their way with the split that they've had so far, dominating the placement stage, and now already 2-0 in the Rumble stage and having 2-0'd both teams they've faced up against already.
And they also have a 2-0 record on NIP going up against them, which is kind of huge right here. Major props to AL for the huge glow up. I want to say that was like a makeup transformation coming through for AL, and a lot of this has to do with their drafting as well. I feel like a lot of the fearless drafts that we saw earlier on in the season where they had to get creative, but you saw all the combinations made sense. I feel like AL is such an all-around great team. They could play poke, they could play engage, they could play disengage, they could play full AD comps, they could play 4 carry comps. It has been incredible, the glow-up we've seen from the team coming from spring to summer. And I know that a lot of people say it, but I feel like Tabe has a lot to play, has a lot of part to play in their glow-up as a coach.
Yeah, I'm really excited to get the draft underway because I think that this series is going to be decided by draft, and we'll talk about that a little bit as we go. But I think it's also interesting to think about, like, NIP had 2 shots at AL in the placement stage. This time around, they only get the 1. It's a single round robin. You definitely don't want to start 0-2 as a team that's so lauded as NIP, but it's also a chance to prove that that placement stage was just a fluke and that NIP have learned from AL's dominant victories against them.
I feel like NIP are coming in the same way that Ultra Prime did in game number 1. They're 0-1 down. You do not want to be going 0-2 that easy. However, AL by a lot of people is considered probably the best LPL team at the moment. Again, caveat, we have not seen BLG and Top Esports play in this Rumble stage. So far AL looks like the strongest team, and this is going to be a tough task. Again, I think NIP are a very, very strong team, and it's primarily due to Rookie gaining so much control through that mid lane, but then the rest of NIP gains power through that priority. And when he does not have it, they seem to fall apart.
That's the most difficult thing. That man on your screen right there has been a massive success for AL this split so far. He's had some really dominant games, but it really has been the additions of Krako and Kyle, who we got to see some really, really cool things from in the spring split, but it feels like they've grown up and leveled up, it feels like, over these last 6 months into this summer split, and they are a lot of the driving factor of this team.
And if you haven't watched a best-of between these two teams, let me give you a teeny-weeny reminder, because these teams met earlier this year, and Shanks solo-killed Rookie in the mid lane. And from there on out, the game went downhill for NIP. I feel like Shanks and Croco are due what they're getting right now. They have been so great together. And I feel specifically for Shanks, not only did the previous meta suit him, but this one suits him even more because he's such an active mid laner, especially when you've got AD champions in your hands and you can bleed that pressure through the map. And I think he does that fantastically for his team.
Yeah, in Rumble stage here, he has only played AD champions, and Hope has almost only played Misfortune. So we'll see if they continue going that way with it. But that's where I also want to start bringing that conversation of the draft as we're getting closer to it, because in IP, not only the team innovating lane swaps last split, but also more of that style of drafting that we kind of love to see in terms of the flexibility they have. And I look at these solo laners and really want to see what they bring to the table. I mean, Shanji's bringing out crazy stuff. He's got the Mordekaiser, but he also brought out the Rise. And I think things like that are going to be a key for NIP in this one.
I don't know if I want to remember about the
Yeah,
Rise.
I don't know about that.
Like,
but I'm saying like that flexibility is cool, and I want to see them like utilize that against AL.
So we never take sides as casters. However, I am in general a huge NIP fan because I feel like the whole roster that they have is created for success, and the individuals in there are absolutely phenomenal, each and every single one of them at their positions. And I feel like it's coming across as a little bit salty, but I have a big why. Like, what is happening at NIP? Why is this happening for NIP? Especially moving towards, you know, the rises and not necessarily seeing Shanji in the peak performance that we want to see him, you know, the whole Kesanji moments that we saw over in previous iterations. And for Photic and Zwo, I said that Photic is like a mini Jakilov in the making. He plays very aggressively. He loves to take control of games. He will take that one extra step that might cost him his life, that might win the team an entire game. So I just want to see the gut coming back from NIP, and specifically at the very start of the season, I made a very bold statement. I said they were probably the best team in terms of macro. Little did I know that macro disappeared after I said it myself. It was only there for one game.
They're out of stock for the new season. You know,
We've got no more macro. Sorry.
Yeah, no more macro. It also, for me, the word, I guess, the phrase that I stuck with NIP last split was just like they were gritty. Like, it felt like you could never count them out in a game because they were always able to find fights or find those macro decisions that really played towards their advantages. And I feel like, again, they've lost that to some extent, but that is always bubbling up. And I think that's where you can rely on a lot of the veterancy on this roster, and especially Rookie. And that's why this mid lane matchup becomes even more important this time around. I think that and the ADC matchup are the ones that are going to have a lot of the say in how this best of 3 goes early.
Absolutely. There's a lot of quote-unquote bad blood between Rookie and Shanks, and Shanks has a solo kill onto Rookie, which is not something you can say very often when it comes to Rookie. This guy is probably the most dominant mid laner that we do have in the LPL. He will pressure you to your limits. He will solo kill you. He'll use Fog of War to its utmost potential to try and get picks, to try and get behind you, to try and find flanks. So it's a great fit for Shanks to have that solo kill onto Rookie in his CV, if you will. And I cannot wait to see what these two mid laners will get to do in the early game to try and find those openings for their teams to play around. Because I feel like both of these teams are very reliant on their mid laners' priority.
Yeah, and I think that's like where that drafting conversation comes even more into tow. And then also you start looking at the influence that we've just seen supports consistently have in this meta. And I think Kyle and Zwo, obviously very known for their roaming in this one, is going to be super important. And that is also where, like, if we get utility out of bot lane, things like that come into question, and like that first draft is going to tell us a lot of the best of 3, or like in terms of what meta we'll get. Also, both these two top laners very confident. I'll tell you that right. Like both these guys very confident in their own right. So I actually want to see if maybe we'll get some more of those blind pick top laners that we've been getting recently here, but also a little bit more of that confident play towards that top, towards these solo lanes.
What I've been loving about Sanji in particular is that you should expect the unexpected. The guy was just playing Cassante the entire time, and then suddenly he just pulls a TF out of nowhere and absolutely wrecks his opponent. And then we saw a Rise, which in theory, the Rise could work. It's not that he solo lost the game. It was against the Rumble. It's a pretty fine matchup. You get to push and bounce the wave back and forth. If Rumble oversteps, he gets to be hit by all the AoE around the creeps in the lane. So it's a fine matchup. So it wasn't just up to Sanji picking that Rise that they lost the game, right? So he does have these pocket picks, and it gets really exciting when we are in a type of meta where you could have 4 or 5 carries on the board, and you know that games are going to explode real fast.
That's the most exciting part, is those explosive games. Last game was explosive for one side. We'll see if we get a little bit of that dual action here this time around as we head to the stage and head to the arena, getting into game very, very shortly. And again, we've already kind of circled around the points, but single round robin, this stage is oh so important for your futures of the LPL split itself. You've got to be able to make the top cut here in the group ascend to immediately go into the playoffs.
You get minimum 2 games, maximum 3 games against every team in your group. And this is the upper group, Group Ascend, with all the top-notch teams from the LPL. AL and NIP have met before, and AL took this pretty convincingly, I want to say. And now it's their chance to solidify themselves towards that top spot with a 2-0.
See Anyone's Legend stepping out on the stage. Obviously, Shanks looking ready to go. But spoke about the transplants of OMG. Obviously, the Team WE transplants in Shanks and Hope. I've been so enthused by these two guys because WE, like, if nobody remembers, and not a lot of people will watch like the early parts of regular season LPL, but like WE had one of the most dominant runs last split. It was actually incredible, and it was helped a lot of the fact of these two guys. But it's been really nice to see them kind of slot into Anyone's Legend and be main voices on the squad as well, kind of leaning off of Kroko and Kyle's strength. Now we look at the other side though. NIP getting a lot of expectations on this team and a lot of heartbreak after that 2-0 loss to LNG to kick off this stage.
Yeah, NIP need to find their footing again. I'm looking at Aki. He had a fantastic glow up over in Spring Split from regular season over to playoffs. He was so active on the map. However, from spring to summer, a lot has changed, primarily the meta, and it feels like AP junglers do not seem to necessarily fit the way that NIP wants to play the game. Whenever I think of Aki, I'm thinking of Wukongs, I'm thinking of Viegos, I'm thinking of Sejuanis, something that can set up for you, wants to brawl, create situations, create skirmishes for you. Unfortunately, a lot of the AP junglers, especially things like the Kathas that he's resorted to playing, do not necessarily want to do that. They're more of a farming style, and it hasn't necessarily shown to be too productive for the early game of NIP.
And honestly, you're going to need to be proactive and productive early into this game and into this team.
Oh, yeah.
So I definitely want to see what Jungle has in store for us. We've seen, at least in this stage, all facilitation from Aki, which with these carries, you know, you can kind of see maybe work out to some extent. But Aki is also known for his own carries. So I think trying to see which version we're going to get tonight into Kroko is super important. Kroko himself is just like, give me AP and let me farm. We'll see what happens, and I think he'll be perfectly fine with that in this matchup too.
Yeah, last time these guys played, there was a rumble in the jungle for Kroko as well, so that was very exciting. These guys have insane jumping pools, and if top lane's willing to brawl, any other lane will be willing to brawl as well. And I wanted to bring a little bit in the conversation the kind of meta that we've been seeing, since a lot of the teams will opt to play for the 4 carries, and unfortunately the support is not allowed to have fun. And it was BLG that brought this into the Rift over at the very beginning of Summer Split. They'd play 4 carries all across the board, and Pour On would be playing Leona, Alistar, Nautilus, and Rel. No fun club for your support. And a lot of the teams that have been able to adapt to this playstyle, they've seen massive wins on the board, especially when teams were able to even sneak like a 5th carry in. And we saw like a Pyke a few days ago as well. So it was a 5-man carry on the board. And if you can pilot that, that is great news for you, because it needs a lot to be able to pilot 5 squishy carries on a team fight.
That man on your screen right there going to be of utmost importance in this one against Shanji, but also having been unleashed from EDG, feels like he's found a nice home here on Anyone's Legend, being able to flex his muscles a little bit, but also play towards priority, try to get some advantages for Krako. Both these two guys, though, I will say, just as a kind of secondary shout out, we've seen them go very extreme on the kind of 1v1 focuses or things like that for the top laners for Shanji and Ala. But they're also both very well known for like the cannons and for like the big entrances to team fights. So maybe there's a chance we get something along those lines if the meta of this series develops into more team fight focused. But I expect this first game to just be fisticuffs, no holds bar, like just go at each other.
You know what the funniest part is? We have like bigged them up. We're like, top laners are willing to brawl. They're willing to go at it. Even before we get something like Cassante versus Ornn on the top side of the map. They're like, well,
No way.
hands up.
No
we gotta
way.
play tanks, boys.
No way. If we do, maybe, I don't know. I was going to try to come up with something I'd do, but that sounds too difficult and too much effort.
Hey, for Sanji, it's very fitting, you know? Like, that's where Cassandra came from.
True. I just the Ornn. I don't know about that one. I hope we get the Camille tonight. I'd really like to see either one of these guys whip that one out here. But that's where like we can continue talking about the drafting styles for both these two teams a little bit more. I know the big conversation for Anyone's Legend has been the addition of Tabe, and especially with his impact on BLG. And then now coming over to Anyone's Legend, it felt like it was immediately impactful. And you saw a lot of the draft adapts coming out from him early, especially in like the first couple weeks. It just felt like nobody could match Anyone's Legend whatsoever in the draft.
Absolutely.
And that's
absolutely.
definitely caught up a little bit to some extent, but it just feels like they're always trying to make that next edge.
Their fearless drafts were incredible. They were swapping styles from game 1 to game 2 to game 3 super quickly. Well, to whichever team was lucky enough to get them to game 3. And NIP was one of those teams that did manage to get them to game 3. And that's where they lost to them. But I feel like they have showed so many different play styles from the side of AL. And it showed not only would you take champions away from them due to fearless, right? When you're going into a game 3, but also to be able to swap your playstyle, bring new champions in and account for the ones banned has been an incredible sight to see from the side of AL. And we are very shortly, right now,
Oh my god, we're
into
doing
draft.
it! We're finally in!
It's here!
Oh my gosh, I've been pressing the start button this whole time, I promise.
Wait,
chat. Don't
it
be
was
mad at
you
me.
that had the button all along?
I was pressing it. It was not working, Trouble. I'm sorry. I don't know. We need to call somebody, get my button fixed. But no, we're finally into it now. NIP versus Anyone's Legend. A very hype matchup that I think everybody's very excited for because, again, we only get this matchup once. Both these teams know each other very well. We immediately get the Sejuani. So Aki will be on that facilitation we talked about already. And we see a lot of prio bans being taken away, so maybe some of those picks slipping through here.
Marcel, no! They did this versus
Blind
LNG!
Renekton.
They did this versus LNG. They first picked Tatsutsuwani B1 and it did not go well for them. It just shows me that there is no champion that they're prioritizing for one of their carries, like either Rookie, Photic, or Shanji. They're just locking in straight up Tatsutsuwani for facilitation. But now you need to have answers on the tops of the map you could potentially play to shut down that Renekton. I'd love to see something aggressive coming in from NIP to try and take control over from laning phase.
Still see them cooking. They got the chef's hat still on, all right. The brand is a big pick, though, for Krako. Very dominant. But there we go. That's what I was talking about. A little bit of that side lane and a little bit of that team fight impact here with the Kennen locked in for Shanji. It will also be the Corki for Rookie, immediately answered to by the Zeri of Anyone's Legend on red side.
Ooh, and I wonder right here if we're going to get potentially a Yone ban for Shanks in the mid lane. Yone very strong versus Corki later on. Also pretty strong on a side lane. And since you're playing Kennen, it might be a little bit difficult to have that electric rat on a side lane when there is the threat of a Yone from the mid. So far so good. AL are creating so much space for their AD carry on the Zeri to play, especially with the Brand and the Renekton.
I really like their trio right now. I think there's still some changes to be made for NIP to really make this composition be tied up like a nice little bow. We'll see if they can. Now, that Nautilus ban does take away a lot of that extra engage from Anyone's Legend, but there is still a lot of tools on the table, like the Rel. We'll see what the final ban is here for Anyone's Legend.
I'm expecting to see NIP, if it doesn't get banned out, to go towards something like the Rel, because it matches really well with the AoE that the cannon has. Especially now that Leona and Nautilus are completely out of the picture. And Nautilus being banned right here to me, it tells me that Photic potentially looking towards something like maybe an Ezreal or a Kai'Sa to play towards that bot side of the map. Something maybe, perhaps a little bit more aggressive that wants to play towards that early game into the Zeri.
There is
Oh, they
that
banned the Rel
ban.
themselves.
Take away a little bit more of that engage potential. So now you got to wonder what the combo is going to be here
Hold up.
for Anyone's Legend.
It's Zeri mid. We've
There
seen
you
it
go.
before. It's
We're
Zeri
cooking.
mid. All right.
We are cooking. I love to see it. A little bit of flexibility in Anyone's Legend. We talked about what Tabe brings to the draft, but their drafting style as a whole. It was NIP who I really wanted to see flex their muscles in the draft, but it's Anyone's Legend who have brought their own cooking style.
I'm pretty sure we've seen Zeri mid. I just cannot. I'm trying to dig in my brain and I cannot find it. There's the Ezreal we're talking about. Ezreal Braum, extremely dominant in the bot lane. You've got a lot of poke, but also a lot of all-in potential, especially in the 2v2, because we are seeing a lot of melee supports, which Braum loves playing against. And if you shut down that misfortune early on, it's gonna give you a lot of free access into the river to try and start stacking those neutral objectives. My god, AL's draft looks scary as heck.
It truly does. They're going to lock in the Rakan, a classic for Kyle, but also just that extra peel ability for the double marksman comp. Now, the only problem is they don't have much of a front line. There is really, really good team fight setup for NIP on the other side.
Yeah, you've got the Sejuani, which is pretty much your only go forward button. It's going to be set up done by Aki on this champion. However, for Shanji, I feel like he's going to have to find his own flanks to try and get into this team fight. I do like what NIP have got going on, and if they can leverage the fact that they've got poked over the top side of the map and they do have ways of engaging towards the bot side, and if Aki finds some ability to shut down the Renekton or get kills onto the Misfortune and shut that down early on, it could go well for NIP. However, when I'm looking at the compositions overall, I am loving the all-in and peel that is coming out of AL.
It's got a little bit of flair to it, and it's also got a little bit of that execution difference where if you can get an advantage, their composition is so ridiculously strong. And you have to remember, we talked about it so long ago, this is a matchup that Anyone's Legend feels very confident in. They already are 2-0 against NIP in this split, as they were a group member in Group D with them. And it was a 2-0 into a 2-1. NIP want to get a bit of revenge. This is a single round robin. Damage is lasting. If NIP can strike fast, strike hard, they'll be able to make it hurt against Anyone's Legend, who are already 2-0 to start this stage off. NIP versus Anyone's Legend, game 1 kicking off now.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。
Anyone's Legend fans represent in Shenzhen, home arena of NIP. Love to hear both crowds getting a little bit hyped now as well. As we get to it, I want to see. Oh, we got a little bit of spice. That's an early flash from Shanks. Also, we're still cooking here because Aki has been unseen in the topside jungle this entire time.
However, he does have no support from his team, so he's just gonna try to spy where Kroko starts. Kroko most likely starts at Birds anyway, because he's playing Brand, and Aki might look.
Bum, bum.
he's already popping up the sticker. He's ready.
I want to see it. The Poro's waiting like an aggressive predator in the bush. I've never seen a predator that big and cute and fluffy, but it's terrifying. Okay, he knows that he wants to start these. He's going to sneak around. Oh my god, he doesn't know he's there. Oh my god, he's so big. How can you not feel the breath on your neck right now, Croco. There's a giant Poro in there. He's going to take it away from him as well and steal all the little chicky nuggies. Oh my goodness. It looks like I might have lost trouble. But nonetheless, a very strong early start there for Aki. And a very positive presence with some vertical jungling now for NIP.
All right, I'm going to try to guess what happened here. As I'm seeing Aki on 8 CS, I'm going to guess that he did get that, that flank onto Croco. I did DC for a while, so I didn't get to see the action live. However, everything that's gone on so far has given Rookie the tools he needs to be dominant in the mid lane. And we said how important it is for Rookie to get ahead for NIP. He is the biggest moving gear for the team. He is the oil to the machine. And no flash onto Shanks. Croco being pushed out of his jungle gives Rookie a lot of pressure on that mid lane.
All right, let's take a look back at the jungle setup, though. Croco realizes there might be something going on as they had vision on the transition of Aki, where Aki didn't want to go for the vertical jungling. He immediately cut across the mid lane with the priority of Rookie, and now he'll stop any advances from Croco, who has repathed up towards top to try to clear these Krugs and finish off this side.
That is so great stuff, especially when you're playing Sejuani or any facilitating jungler into a farming jungler. Every time you show up on the wave or every time you're not clearing jungle, you will fall behind. Croco now is trying to find ways to potentially sneak into that top side of Aki, but knowing that Aki is going to be sprinting through mid lane with the priority that you mentioned also, Mazel, it's extremely dangerous for Croco to do that, especially since his HP bar is not the healthiest. They might meet in the river, but I feel like Rookie has the first dip.
Croco's like, Aki, chill, bro. You're all over me. Like, he's literally taking the top side. He denies the vertical jungle. He comes back across the lane to get the scuttle crab. This man is trying to just body block Croco for being relevant in this game.
Take that pour away from me, bro. I'm allergic. All right, back to business here. As you can see, Croco is still trying to sneak in. And Aki, oh my god, Aki's got his number. Aki knows exactly what's happening on the map. He was waiting in the brush, waiting to figure out whether Croco's gonna come back, because Croco's camp just about spawned, and Aki had the timer, because unfortunately for Croco, Aki was the one that ended up taking that camp, so he knew exactly when it was gonna be respawning. Excellent stuff coming out of the NIP jungler, who again has had a pretty rough start of the split.
Pretty strong now on the Sejuani. Looking at top side now. Maybe he had a dive potentially onto Ala. We did complete his back, and we'll get the TP off. So just a little bit of presence up towards top side. But
he's pinging the creeps in the jungle. He wants more.
But the thing is, they can do this because they have such heavy priority in top and mid. And coming into this series, I said I wanted to see some more growth and strength from their solo lanes here, and they're doing exactly that.
Absolutely. NIP are looking pretty crisp in the early game. Shank's gonna dash forward, take a little bit of hurt. There's a huge wave crashing underneath his tower, so he needs to pull back to make sure he hits all that CS, which gives Rookie not only the early level 6, but he gives him the early back as well onto this lane. First one to reset, first one to get out. Croco! A round of applause.
He's catching up.
A round of applause. He does get the scuttle crowd on that both side of the map.
He's caught up. Look at that. Brand things. Brand clears so ridiculously fast, and it just means that all that early game shenanigans against him didn't lead to that too much more, I guess. But we'll see if that does end up meaning anything. We do have objectives on the map. Brand typically wanted to go for the grubs on the first spawn, but we do have them at least getting a back for Croco and presence from Aki on the bot side. We'll get the slicing Maelstrom combo at the top.
A little bit of a trade-off ultimates right there for the two top laners. Sanji gets to clear the wave, poke down Ale. Both of the top laners are going to reset. I want all eyes on mid lane for right now, because that reset, that early reset, as Sanji is going to cancel another one from Ale. The early reset from Rookie has given him double priority on both of these waves that just went down mid lane right now, which means he's going to push in that wave, knowing that Aki is starting the dragon. He's going to be first in the river. He's not hovering it yet. Now he's going to start moving, knowing that Croco's around.
They have the 2v2 from bot side, though. First, Aki needing to move up or down, trying to figure out which one he wants to go for. Does end up going over the wall to safety. Anyone's Legend puts some pressure onto the map and turn with a dragon.
I'm not gonna lie, I expected Rookie to move a little bit faster right there, especially since he had already pushed his wave. He was hovering around mid lane a little bit too much, and Aki, I think it was a pretty good idea to try and sneak in that dragon, having that mid lane control. However, Hope and Kael get there first, which means they had the numbers advantage, and it's going to be a dragon for AL. And this is exactly how AL finds their advantages on the map, right? You start a play and you're expecting that one side of the map is going to collapse, but AL have so many avenues, whether it's mid, bot, top, that will have priority somewhere and push. And for them, it is going to be that bot lane with the Misfortune and Rakan.
Move towards mid lane. Shank's gonna hit the lightning crash, gets the concussive blows onto him, but they can't follow up after he burns his flash in the end.
There we go, another flash burn for Shanks. I feel like NIP have been burning that flash on cooldown. Whenever it reappears, they end up taking it down, and it's actually very scary for Zeri to overextend to this mid lane. Ooh!
So close. Good reaction time from Shanks, though.
Little bit of help by KL onto that mid lane. Try and burn down that wave as fast as possible so that Shanks can go back and reset. However, Rookie is going to stay for one more wave. He knows there is no teleport onto Shanks. He's going to hide behind that wall. He sees that Shanks is not appearing, so he's going to push yet another one. Rookie with a great strat right here, trying to take as much control of the mid lane as possible, making Shanks lose some XP and gold.
Krako taking time to take advantage of the vacuum Aki is left after taking the grubs there. Shanji gonna burn that wave. Krako's tanking, can't take too much more, and Ala will easily clean that one up.
Very nice utilization of the Renekton ultimate right there. Shanji tries to burn the wave, but it's not good enough. There's a lot of damage coming in from Kroko. Ale is pretty beefy with the ultimate usage to try and tank the tower. Very great dive from AL, and again, they will always be able to find avenues to punish you on the map. Not only do they take the dragon away, but then they transition Kroko to the top side of the map and take a kill onto the Renekton. Very important, because you want your Renekton to be a bully early game. So dumping kills onto that Crocodile is the best thing you can do.
It's really, really good for them. And he didn't have TP to come back, so he loses the wave and also that turret played in the end. I do want to talk a little bit about the entrances possible for both these two teams, though, because it does feel like NIP have the much stronger, kind of consistent, at least, team fighting aspects once we get a couple items in them, where there's a lot more damage on the side of anyone's legend, but a little bit of a double-edged sword.
So here's how I feel about Misfortune and Zeri. I feel like they both need space created for them and time in the team fight for them to shine, right? Like the big wombo combo for Misfortune. Zeri needs a big front line to start putting down those auto attacks without being threatened. And the thing with AL is that they have very self-sufficient champions that want to flank. So Ale on the Crocodile is looking for a flank. AL is probably looking for a flank on the Rakan. Talking about a flank, Croco's topside.
Gonna have to burn the flash. That was gonna be revisited, no doubt. I mean, that flash off the cannon is actually really huge. They do catch Krako out, though. Really huge amount of damage by Aki. That convergence does work. Here comes Dwo to follow up. Won't hit the Winter's Bite on the back end.
This is not quite enough damage. Another one. Not going to be enough. Photic, 0 out of 2 so far. He's tried to snipe 2 members of AL. Hasn't quite been successful yet to find those. But yeah, I feel like for AL, there's a lot of members that want to go in and want to fight, and they want to find flanks. That the only thing I'm worried about is a lot of the other carries being left behind while members of AL are looking for a flank. Shanji has to burn his ult here.
Krako's like waiting over here. He's like, do I need to come over there and get the kill? Or what are we doing here? As the fight continues, Aki will show, so that means Krako will walk over as well. We're brewing for a 2v2. No ults available on either side.
30 seconds though for the void grabs, and the bot lane of AL has already turned. I'm saying the bot lane, I'm looking at Zeri and I'm like, oh, that's a bot lane. And never mind. The support from AL has already transitioned towards the top of the map. You know what? This is getting very confusing, you know? Like, what other AD carry are we going to be able to put over in the mid lane? We've tried Ezreal, we had Kai'Sa, we've got Zeri.
I'm here for it. I'm
Ash
absolutely
mid?
here for it. Sure, why not? Get all that engage out there. I also see now with these grubs starting up a very, very heavy presence from anyone's legend. Try to deny Grubageddon here. You do not really want to give this composition that advantage because their siege will be just ridiculous. It turns out, though, there is just going to be a start of the grubs with no contest by NIP. I was wondering if they were actually going to walk over this way.
They're trying to walk up, but Rookie had to defend his wave. He has to TP back in right now. He has Trinity Force.
All right, they're going to try to get it. There is everything used on Ala as well. They can't get the combo, and the slice and dice is there. That Pyroclasm was doing work, too. Rookie over the wall. He can't get the damage down. He's just going to flash for it. Concussive blows, hits. Rookie trying to do his best, but he can't get into the fights. Another concussive goes off, but look at Ala. Clean one back up. He will be permafrosted, and Ala goes down to Rookie in the end as well. We are getting hecking fights from both these two teams early.
NIP was so late to the party, but they're still looking at the Rakan. Rookie's trying to cancel. Not quite close enough. Rookie's going to lose a lot of HP to the tower as well. NIP, they might not get out with grubs, but they get out with kills, and that's what matters. 4,000 gold now up on Rookie, but Shanks punishing that mid lane tower, taking more tower platings for himself. And when we go back to that replay, I want everyone to pay attention to all 3 lanes for AL. Every single one of them pushed in before that play starts, meant that Rookie had to stay in lane, used all of his HP and mana, tried to push out that wave, which means he was late to the play. Sure, he shows up with a Trinity Force on that one, and they managed to grab 2 kills off the back of that. But AL not only did they trade a kill right here onto the cannon, they also come out with the Void Grubs.
Ala with the Chad play to get something back. Now we look back in picture-in-picture, and it will be a dragon secured by anyone's legend. Now Aki, Arctic assaulting his way to safety at least. Shanks and, yeah, anyone's legend could chase this one down easy. They got Photic over here. The bullet time going to be blocked by the Unbreakable. Now Photic, he had already arcane shifted. He's going to have to burn his flash.
Hold on a minute. Hold on. Okay, let's calculate everything that's happened from the beginning. So Aki dives into the pit, tries to steal the dragon, it's not happening. Then dives out, War tries to save him, but everyone from AL engages onto the support because then he's isolated. And then Photic arcane shifts forward through the red buff while his support is trying to evade an assault from AL. That is actually madness happening on the Rift. NIP again are losing a little bit of the rhythm.
Rookie, he's going down. Oh, the stability of NIP just being crumbled.
Ooh.
Hey, he got it. Third time's the charm. Photic snipes him down.
Perfect. True. 3rd time's the charm for Photic. Managed to grab one with the arcane shift. However, I was about to say, NIP seems to be crumbling under pressure. And the mid laner crumbled as well on the bot side of the map. Whilst NIP are trying to get anything done on the map while they're going for kills, as you can see, AL have cheaped over those tower platings. Bot lane and mid lane. Their carries are actually doing pretty well. 700 gold onto this misfortune. Let's watch this again. Rookie, a little bit too far forward. His wave is nowhere near that tower, and he's just gonna get dived on.
Yeah, dodges out of a couple of Krako's abilities there, but
not even
really
close.
Good snipe. Saw him as he exited the vision there, knew he was walking back towards the turret.
And IP, they just need to find their footing again in this game, because if they feel like they're one step behind every single time AL presses the trigger, and that's also to commend AL for this is what they have been doing this entire split. They have been ahead of the tempo this entire time in a game that they shouldn't be, realistically. Shanks playing with his flash down pretty much the entire time. Kroko completely messing up his first clear and his second clear as well. Aki made sure of this, and they have bounced back and they have found opportunities and kills onto the map. Now the Rift Herald has been started from NIP, but AL are not going to go down that easy.
Rookie was pushing in the top side. Looks like Rift Herald will just be secured in the end for NIP. Turret did get taken in the side lane by Shanks, so he'll be able to get first turret for anyone's legend. So they continue to have their advantage and maybe even grow it a little bit.
Yeah, Shanks did not have teleport to join this fight, and AL did not want to take a turn 4 versus 5, especially when they are about 2,000 gold in the lead right now. You definitely do not want to be throwing your gold away. You've got 2 bounties as well onto this area and on the misfortune. Got to be extremely careful to give these ones over. 2,000 gold is not much of a difference. It does count right now, especially when You're gonna have second item completed, and NIP was scrambling about, having 1.5. This is the perfect timing for AL to pull the trigger and sort of solidify the game. KL and Shanks taking full control of the top side. I keep feeling like these guys are the bot lane, but they're not.
I feel like that's the important thing right now is I do kind of want anyone's legend in this comp style to be ahead going into fights, and I feel like if you're NIP and you're sitting just a little bit back behind them and you're still able to get to those 3 item spikes, you're going to be very comfortable in a lot of these fights because the execution will be on the side of anyone's legend more so, not to get caught by all these big team fight combinations that could be pulled off by
Hope almost just took an entire tower.
He did it!
Not almost, he took an entire tower. In Photic's face.
Misfortune versus Ezreal. Can't do much. At least now, at least early. You'll see. We'll see later. It is the League of Trinity Force right now for NIP. But I guess next looks are with this Rift Herald if they want to try to crack down this mid turret. They are moving down towards this bot lane though. Oh, I think I might have lost trouble again. Unfortunate. But we will be getting back as soon as possible. As we do, though, Dragon is up in about 30 seconds. I was hoping that NIP was going to be able to move this Rift Herald around as a bit of a distraction yet again, like we see at least tragically the last couple times. It actually is AL who have a perfect position around this, though. They have so much vision control on this side of the map. It's so difficult. They're going to get the damage down. Krako with the bullet time over top. That was a lot committed on Dejwo just to take him out, but it's going to follow up with more, and the dominoes are starting to fall apart here for NIP. They're getting locked out with a flank from Ala. Here comes the slicing maelstrom. Everybody's going to flash out of that one. Shanji does decent work, but Ala cleans up that big old Poro, and Shanji will just be dug into the dirt by Hope.
NIP are being pulled apart by AL. If the first series between the two and the 2-1, AL, you bet they want to be cleaning this up 2-0. They're already 2-0 up in their group. And NIP are honestly scrambling. They don't know how they want to play the fights. They don't understand how they want to play their flanks. Are they playing front to back? Are they looking for Shanji to get a flank? It feels like they're always sort of reading it after the play has already happened, and AL are more than happy to just commit bodies forward.
Just a second behind. That was the Krako able to secure the soul point. But yeah, it's been such close starts to fights, but then you just start seeing anyone's legend collapsing so well with the combos they have.
Every single time AL see one member overextending from NIP, they know they can just take them down. They've got the early game spike, the brand, the misfortune, the redneck, and they've got everything they need to sort of keep on snowballing what is happening in these team fights. And that's exactly what they're doing. I feel like by the time NIP have figured out whether they want to TP, whether they want to flank, whether they want to use the cannon, the play has already happened. And unfortunately, every single one of their members right now is at a goal deficit.
I will say, if you ever want to pick me up, Shanji, go rewatch that clip, because you literally yes, there were some aggressive flashes, but literally all 5 flashes from anyone's legend are all gone at the same time.
At the same time.
And it's actually hilarious to me how impactful Shanji can still be on the Kennen, even if they are going to be monstrously behind now, about 4,000 gold down.
Not gonna lie to you, the NIP flashes are also at the same time, but these were to evade the flashes that were pressed at the same time from AL. So, hey, at least they were trying to run away at the same time, which is some coordination right there for NIP. Again,
there
they do have...
Glass half full.
Yeah, exactly. See only the positives. For NIP, there is a bunch of scaling, of course, in the team, right? With the cannon, we have seen what Selectric Rack can do, especially when you find a really good flank. And Shanji has found those in the past. You've got Ezreal plus Corki, who also scale incredibly well. They just need to make sure that they do not get caught one by one, which AL have been so good at punishing over and over again the entire game.
NIP very, very reserved in that Rift Herald play, realizing they don't want to get caught by asserting anyone's legend. They had just gotten second item for Rookie. They're working on a third for him. Again, third items are where they really turn on. They now have completed their tier items. They'll just be waiting to stack those up here. As I say that, Rookie has completed his. But they are losing pressure on the map, but it's about holding on and not losing too fast.
But here's the problem, right? AL are so good at staying firm in the lead. Every single time they have a lead, they pressure it.
Yep.
And you see right here, a wave pushed means a tower. A tower gone means extra deep vision into enemy territory. Extra vision to enemy territory means if anyone from NIP walks up, AL are ready to pounce onto them. They do not give you an inch. They'll take your game away. So having two champions that want to be scaling with 2 mana moons, they're just not going to give you the chance to get there and get to your 3rd item. And even if you do, you're going to be so far behind that AL will be on their 4th item already. So for NIP, they need to make a move real quickly if they want to get back into this game.
I'm trying to make moves up towards this top side for a little bit of vision. There's no real extra bodies for anyone's legend to commit to. NIP are going to start grouping from here on out. I expect a lot more. TPs are available, at least for Shanji and Rookie on their side, Shanks on the other side. So right now, NIP have the pace of play in that regard if they want to try to find a flanking play for Shanji. But there's no objectives for a little while, so that play is going to be in the back pocket.
AL are taking full control right here. The only neutral objective on the map right now is going to be this Baron. And AL wants to make sure that the entire top quadrant of Aki's jungle is lit up in red wards. Making sure they have full vision right there. Pressure in that mid lane. Somebody's going to be sent top as well. He's going to be most likely Ale heading towards there as well. And I feel like AL plays so well through pushed lanes. They push a lane, they force an IP to respawn, and while an IP is responding, they take something on the other side of the map. They have been phenomenal at controlling the map through pure pushed lanes.
That's been one of the major strengths, and again, goes back to kind of their drafting strategies as well. It just really helps to be able to find those priority lanes in some regard. Now, it all comes down to the Dragon setup, about 30 seconds out here, Trouble.
NIP is trying to find their way in. They need to get some wards behind enemy lines for Shanji, but this is going to be almost impossible because AL are literally guarding every entrance with their bodies. Ale has also sneaked in. He might actually find Shanji before Shanji finds any flank.
Oh, he got spotted out.
Spotted.
Oh, man, I love it. It's like mind games, like playing chess. So is he gonna see? Is he gonna see me? Oh. Improved blast cone there, Ala. Gotta be a little careful. Goes a little bit extra far. Now they're resetting for a 5-on-5 fight.
Ooh, Shanji, very importantly, has the flash available, so if he finds a really good ultimate, it could change the course of this fight. The Baron, the Dragon Story is gonna be started. Ale and Shanji both looking for a flank.
Look for the combos. Hope needs to find a big bullet time. Ala needs to find the backline. Shanji with the slicing maelstrom makes the difference. Quickness in. Dragon down. It goes the way of Aki, denying the soul. Now NIP have Ala to deal with. That's a big croc, baby. And the slicing maelstrom is too little, too late. Hope is going to flash forward aggressively. And now moving on to Photic. They try to chase him down. The double carries of anyone's legend. The Team WE bros trying to move it, but they will not find the kill. They will transition this power over to the Baron, though.
NIP was winning this fight until they were losing the damage. The pure damage numbers coming in from Hope were insane. I felt like actually NIP were winning this fight, and they actually were not. The second Hope started hitting on that Misfortune. Rookie now, he's still alive. He's around. There is no true barrage for Photic's Ezreal to try and sneak in a steal. Rookie's trying.
Turning. He's not going to make it in the pit fast enough. They didn't realize that they were burning it down until it was a little bit too late. And trying to move bodies over there quickly. But it is a denial of the soul, which NIP got what they came for in that moment. Yes, they definitely stayed for the fight, but they want scale. They want to deny anyone's Legends win conditions, which are these stacking objectives.
They have done that so far. However, now with the Baron, AL will take full control of the map. You see that Renekton in the bot lane, 4, 1, and 2 heading towards that GA as well. It's going to be unbeatable. Let's watch this fight once more because both Ale and Shanji were looking for flanks respectively. And once the Rakan goes down here, this is great news for NIP to push forward. However, the second Hope gets into this fight, the fight is over. The damage was so incredibly high. I'm not sure it was even Hope. It might have just been Kroko's passive popping right there. That was some insane damage from the side of AL. NIP groups forward, they all die.
It's really hard to deal with the damage potential of anyone's legend. That's why you're trying to hold on until when items actually start coming online. Third item did get completed for Rookie. He has that rapid fire cannon now, able to defend a little bit more against the damage of anyone's legend. But they have so much control. They have such a big lead. And this team, this split, has been so ridiculously dominant from ahead.
I feel like they're just very oppressive in terms of the map. They'll take one creep more than you. They'll translate it into vision, which will translate into a kill, which will translate then in turn into an objective. They're so absolutely incredible at just translating small victories into meaningful ones on the Rift. And this is why they're choking out NIP right now. NIP, not only are they scrambling to find some vision onto the map, but they're also scrambling to figure out how they want to play this team fight versus AL, because AL has 4 forces to be reckoned with. Even if you kill one, there's 3 more damage dealers to deal with.
Also got to check in on that side lane. Feels like Allah's going to have some strength there. There is the Glacial Prison. Bullet time on top of everybody there. Ends up getting a little bit of the pull back from NIP. So the siege continues onto the tier 2 down here.
I love the fact that Hope actually uses his ultimate right there to fend off NIP, so they can use the fact that this cannon minion that's powered up is going to slowly but surely demolish that last tower down that bot lane. The only one remaining for NIP2, sorry, is going to be the top lane and mid lane tier 2, and that's exactly what Shanks is doing. He's already pressuring that mid. Bot lane is going to reset. They're going to grab more items, head down that mid lane. There is still Baron buff for another 20 seconds. They're going to use this as a last push and reset.
And I love that Hope has had the consistent split that he's had. I think he, a lot of times, goes under the radar for a lot of people. I think big fans of Hope will remember him from his time on EDG. Maybe newer fans of Hope will remember him from his time on JDG and that dominant year that he spent on that team. But then you fall off to obscurity a little bit with Team WE, where they weren't successful at first. They were able to find success at the beginning of last split, but it really has been a journey of Hope trying to re-find himself after some of the highest highs you can know in this league. I think it's been really cool to see how consistent this guy has been for anyone's legend.
Absolutely, and the environment means a lot. Talking about the environment seems a little bit hostile behind NIP because Ali's there.
There's a croc there. You got to be careful. Somebody got to call the crocodile hunter. There's that bullet time on top of it all, and Hope is the one that picks it up in the end.
Again, this was just NIP trying to push down their wave in the mid lane, and they get instantly flanked and punished. Talking about that's not a flank.
Oh my god. Speak of oppression. I'm going to give NIP a chance to speak here. That'll be an inhib down. They might just crash this one into a win, and Rookie's going to have to burn the flash out of that one. That'll be an inhib and pulled back by anyone's legend. Dragon up in 10 seconds. It's back to a soul fight.
20 seconds for Photic to come back up as well. NIP need to sprint and clear out that mid lane wave. Their only way into this river is through that brush to the right, but KL is going to be holding that with his body. That dragon is long gone.
It absolutely is. There's no hope, and that will be a big Chemtech Dragon Soul for anyone's legend. Give them a little bit more strength in their fights, but it's also just a continued domination. Almost 8,000 gold in the lead for anyone's legend. It's been a holistic effort now that we're getting close to 3-4 items for everybody.
And again, here's where questions have to be asked for NIP. If you look through all of the gold leads on the map, this is a 9,000 almost gold lead for AL. Rookie's only 200 gold down. And again, here is the question. If Rookie doesn't dominate mid, what do you have?
Oh no, I think we lost trouble. The robots have taken her. Give her back, robots. It's not fair. But I do agree with the point she was making in terms of Rookie has consistently been so good over this last bit. Even on his time on top esports, it just always feels like there's falterings around him. And I think the biggest question has been, can NIP find consistency around this big player in the mid lane? I think that has still been unanswered to this point so far. Now, I do think that anyone's legend, unfortunately I've been informed I am solo for the moment. But anyone's Legend are just going to kind of force tempo here. They're going to just try to pull this Baron down. They do it so quickly with Krako. He just does so much burn damage. It looks like Aki wants to step up, but I think the Baron is already going to be gone pretty quickly here. They're going to try to catch Kyle. As they have Shanji over on the other side. Big bullet time. They've been baited. That's the Shanji slicing Maelstrom. Oh, he's gone. That's just the gold difference right there. You did get the pick on the back end, though. Now Photic going to be flashed onto. Anyone's Legend really want him, and he will just go down to Shanks in the end. NIP will try to clear this mid wave as best they possibly can, but Anyone's Legend come away on top of it again. Now 10,000 gold in the lead. As we see the siege continue on this top side by Anyone's Legend, they will just take down more turrets. As, the answer is here by NIP. I think if Anyone's Legend overextend, they might be in a lot of trouble. Kyle going in, though. Kyle getting low. They still have enough damage. Hope is ridiculous right now. 6-0-3, unkilled on the Misfortune. And what a way to start off this series from Anyone's Legend. Dominant from start to finish. And it wasn't even about draft. It was a lot about execution on the table. They are going to move into the last turrets here of NIP in this first game. A best of 3. That means so much for NIP to get some revenge on the team that's beaten them twice already this split. And AL will go up 1-0 to start off this series. Now, the way that this series was going to pan out was a lot going to be decided by this first game in terms of draft, in terms of style selection, especially to see if NIP were going to be able to actually use some of their drafting styles we've seen them use so strongly. But unfortunately, this time around, not able to get the kind of team fighting aspect to the point of promise. And it really was just about Anyone's Legend finding all of the early game advantages and snowballing it so strongly. We are going to step away for a short little break, and we'll be back for game 2 of this series.
Clouds move closer, but with a deepest red. Oh, beneath them we look on. When they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day. 'Cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far. Another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till seen the walls come down, but here we all still stand. We're not afraid, we feel like the final round. They try to extinguish us. We have done nothing death. Hear the awakened world. Scream glory and scream courage. For here we stand in the path of victory. We made it through fires to redemption on the other side. We're standing and we're burning bright. Alright, 'cause we are timeless. Our future knows not your pain. Our past knows only victory. So we still remain. Through our last free breath and back again. We've seen our skies burn red and seen them turn to flame. We are the fire that guides our destiny. Yeah, the tide to finish us. We fight until the last. Hear the awakened world. Scream glory and scream courage. For here we stand in the path of victory. We made it through fires to redemption on the other side. We're standing and we're burning bright. Alright, 'cause we are timeless. Our future knows not your pain. Our past knows only victory. So we still remain. How many came to fight and die here? How many legions overcome? How many scars are left behind us? But there will be no rises. There's always light within Hear the awakened world. Scream glory and scream courage. For here we stand forever from this day. We made it through fires to redemption on the other side. We're standing and we're burning bright. Alright, 'cause we are timeless. Our future knows not your pain. Our past knows only victory. So we still remain. And we still remain. Yeah! Fellow armsmen, I ask you, will you follow me tonight to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine? Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our glory to live forever. us to order. I am the light bringer. Fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end, there's way more to avenge. Oh, 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer.
Okay, I'm back, everybody. I wrestled Trouble away from the robots. We got her. We're back. And we're back with the LPL Summer Split 2024. We are here for Game 2 of NIP versus Anyone's Legend. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Trouble.
Thank you for reintroducing me after I got freed from the robots. KL with the MVP right here on Thurkan. Honestly, I think it was very difficult to actually choose an MVP from that AL lineup,
Yeah.
especially in the previous game. Every single one of them did their job perfectly. I feel like it's a give them an inch, they'll take a mile kind of thing with AL. Their pressure, their macro, their tempo, the way they're team fighting all together. You pointed it out. They use their flashes all at the same time. They see target, they kill target.
We'll see if that can continue to be the case for them here. So far, so good from Anyone's Legend. A dominant 2-0 start and an unkillable streak so far for them. 5 games in a row. See if they make it 6 here. NIP need to find something to cook up the draft with here and get some help for Rookie around him. Now, the LeBlanc, the Rumble, the Ashe banned by Anyone's Legend, who are on the blue side this time around. The Leona, Renekton, and Tristana banned away by NIP.
And that is a great reply, right? Kroko did fantastically well. Even though everybody threw wrenches at him in the jungle, he still came back up and created opportunities for his team. Now I want Aki on a champion that can take up onto that brand, whether it is in a farming style or whether it is matching the aggression. I wouldn't mind seeing the likes of a Karthus, a Lilia, a Zyra, something that equally clears fast but also does damage, something a little bit more aggressive in the jungle to help out Rookie on these 2v2s. Please don't do this to me.
They're going to take away the misfortune that Hope had piloted so well last time around. And we'll see what they want to go ahead and grab along with it. Again, you get the Wombo combo going for NIP, and that's where the strength will be. But that 2v2 is super important as well.
Ooh, and they are. They actually do not care about what the matchups are. They are playing for the Wombo combo. However, Ale does really love to play Camille, and in the earlier stages, you could very easily punish a cannon with the likes of a Camille plus Brown towards the top side of the map and then become a menace in the team fights. We'll see if Ale wants to take that fight on the top side of the map.
I also want to see maybe, I was going to say a little bit more priority on the engaged supports coming through here, especially the Leona's already taken off the board. Anyone's Legend going to go ahead and grab the Nautilus. which I do just really like with the brand. Gives you so much time for setup and so much spacing there. But I'm really looking for something that can put up a bit of a fight here against NIP's big combos so far.
Yeah, and you would expect that NIP are actually looking for the wombo combo. So things like actually the Sejuani, the Rel, the Maokai would do great. Rel is going to be locked in here. This is going to be the choice of support for Duo towards the bot side. So much wombo combo and so many more champions that can be slotted in. The Corki has remained up. Rookie, he actually really enjoyed playing Corki even over in spring when things like Talia and Hui were banned out from him.
Again, I go back to like, I love what NIP was doing with their drafting and stuff in spring and a little bit of summer. But we'll see the Malphite ban went towards that topside matchup into Aki. Right now, I expect those mid lanes bans to come through, or maybe even some more of those AP junglers. It is the Lucian ban.
They're gonna let the Lucian, they're gonna ban the Lucian out. I'm wondering, Shanks might be too comfortable on the Yone to feel like he can beat the Corki, can beat Rookie in lane in terms of out trading him. So I wouldn't be surprised even if they let it out. However, do you have any more AD options in the mid lane that could potentially be a wombo combo? Things like the Jace might spring into mind as well.
I could see that actually, a little bit more of that.
Maybe a Zeri? Maybe another AD carry? Who knows?
Hey, it worked out last time. Just saying. I mean, even if they had so much pressure on him, Rookie was like consistently pushing him in. Still ended up the better for it in the end. We do end up seeing that Ziggs ban by NIP.
I love to see how Tabe is honestly like locked in the Jace that we just mentioned, banned out. So they do want to force Rookie onto the Corki. Let's see if Rookie actually fancies a different kind of mid laner, because he's laughing. He knows that he's been banned out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bans towards him.
Let's see what he's cooking here himself. It's gonna be the Ahri. So I expect a heavy 2v2 focus in the mid jungle duo here for NIP, and something strong to go along with the Ahri for Rookie. It is immediately the Varus though for AO.
Hear me out. We said Aki's pool in spring, Viego, Wukong, Xin Zhao. Give me one of those three. Wukong right here, diving into the backline, creating even more chaos. Wombo combo would be absolutely fantastic. And this is something that Aki loves to play, and he showed how good he is on. Lock that damn thing in.
Yeah, would give them the Venn diagram special here for the trios going through. But they're going to give him the confident pick. Look at the confidence the coach has got on him. It's going to be a classic for Aki. It's going to be a Nocturne. But we've seen this double-edged sword go wrong before.
Look at the coach. He's like, Coach, give me Nocturne. Trust. Lights off. Rel jumps in. Kennen jumps in, and the coach is like, I got you, pick it. Lots of pressure on Aki's shoulders onto this champion. Very heavily invadable, and also you really rely on getting to that level 6 super quickly, which is something that Brand really thrives on with how fast he can clear.
They have whipped this one out already this year, at least this split as a whole, but it really is that boomer bust style setup. You just become a light switcher in the late game if you don't have any advantages, and we saw how dominating anyone's legend are if they are ahead. They will just stranglehold the map from you.
And this is where NIP need to turn on that macro again. Be super quick on their feet every single time Aki has that ultimate. I'd love to see it being used. Actually, reference right here back to when Wipo switched from top lane to jungle, and he was doing that every single time. Leave in your enemy's head rent free.
We're getting into game 2 now. NIP in their home arena of Shenzhen. They want to put a stop to the dominating that anyone's legend has put on the LPL this split so far. They've already lost to them twice in the placement stage because they were in the same group. This was an opportunity for revenge, but right now it's an opportunity to stay alive in this best of 3. Game 2 kicks off now.
欢迎来到英雄联盟。敌军还有30
The
秒到达
NIP
战场
fans extremely excited. I heard them being louder in game number 2, Mazel. I'm sure they will also heavily enjoy the full wombo combo coming out from NIP. Now, it is a matter of, are they going to be able to coordinate all those ultimates to make the flank count from the cannon?
Little look at some of the runes here. The electrocute obviously rising up in priority here, but will be secured for Rookie. Also to note, the press the attack for Hope. So going for more of the sustained damage Varus instead of that kind of poke lethality.
Love the second wind on Shanks as well. As a melee playing into an electrocute lane, a lot of pull coming out from the Ahri, being able to regen a bunch of that HP and stay on your lane as much as possible is kind of huge. It's something that I had to learn the hard way playing Katarina, you know? I never considered back then second wind, but then you're like, I guess I'm countered by everything. I'll consider it.
At least you have a little bit of something there going for you. Love to hear that. I do also want to see exactly what these paths are going to lead out to, because we do have a bit of a unique path right now for Aki, who started his Wolves and will be pathing up towards this top side of the map. Meanwhile, Kroko is also going for a little bit of a red side clear himself.
You'll see, this Nocturne wants to pretty much avoid the brand throughout this entire time. You want to get again to your level 6 as fast as possible, so you'll see Nocturne fast clearing as much as he can, whilst hopefully maintaining a bit of priority in his lane. You see that Rookie has pushed in, you see that Shanji has a bunch of pressure towards the tops of the map. Rookie's going to walk in, place down a ward as well, just in case Kroko wants to wrap around, but Kroko's already on the top side of the map.
Congratulations to Rookie. 900 games in the LPL and moving to 3rd place all time. The man deserves all the accolades, and honestly, it's been really cool to see how strong he has been so far into his career. It's just about pulling the pieces together around him. Speaking of pulling the pieces, Aki going for a steal right under the nose of Kroko.
Kroko should hit level 3. There you go. From that Gromp, and you just suddenly see it. He's like, my blue buff's under attack, guys. I'll take a wild guess. It's probably the Nocturne.
Nicely done, though, with a little bit of that pathing starting on the Wolves. We'll see Aki at least steal away some of the camp. But again, Kroko on the brand showed just how potent this pick can be last time around, when Aki literally had his number the entire early game and it just didn't matter.
Aki has had a pretty creative early games, both these games, this series. And I feel like, especially when you're playing against a champion that usually out-farms you in terms of how fast the clear speed is, you need to be a lot more creative, trying to deprive them of as many farms as camps as much as possible. And right now, being able to cross through middle as well, if you wanted to Skull Carb, you could. However, it would delay... Oh, okay, the Q there. It would delay a little bit the jungle clear, since he has his entire bot side quadrant up and available. Bot lane, though, Kroko is sneaking around. He could enter jungle if he wanted to, but he's going to wrap around bot lane.
They don't have vision. They will see him now, but it might be too little too late again. Dwo going to burn his flash, make it out, but no, he's got the passive on him, and he's burning. Oh my god, Kroko comes up clutch another game in a row, and first blood for anyone's legend.
You have to be aware of that if you're NIP. Currently, you know that Kroko is a free agent on the Rift. He has literally 0 jobs. His chickens just spawned. His entire jungle was completely clean, so you knew he'd reset and get back onto the map. NIP did not necessarily respect that, because they knew Aki was in his bot quadrant, so he was technically in proximity, but without the ultimate, you cannot be diving in. You're not close enough, and NIP end up losing their support.
And unfortunately, that 2v2 just has not gone the way of NIP at all this series, and it's been a bit of a bleeding wound down there so far. Shanji, you gotta be a little careful here with Ala having come back. Rookie caught out a little bit, does have a little bit of mana to work with, but is in a bit of hurt. Both mid laners trading heavy health bar, but Dwo has made the roam up topside. Those legs move fast on a horse. He's got the combo, Shatter Strikes, and the crash down. There's the combo, and damage done, but is it enough? He's got enough distance, though, to cover, and Flash is going to come out, and Shanji gets the kill in the end with the Shuriken.
Flash for the top lane. Shanji ends up coming up with the kill. You saw how careful NIP was in that particular gank as well. Shanji did not want to get anywhere near that Cassandra in case it was turned around. Very nice. gank from Zwo right there, but if you look on the bottom of the map, Photic is absolutely struggling, having to wait in the brush between his tier 1 and tier 2.
Yeah, that is a bit
However,
unfortunate. Luckily, Krako's getting a bunch on the top side. Or at
Yeah,
least not, Krako is getting a little bit back from the top side where Aki was trying to push.
Yeah, and top lane, very importantly, Sanji, very good utilization right there to press the ultimate. Try to push in that wave as fast as possible. There was no teleport onto Ale, so he has lost a couple of creeps. 600 gold in the lead right now for Sanji, and that was exactly what we were asking from NIP. When Rookie is even or not winning his lane, can someone else step up to the occasion? Can someone else be the Rookie for him until he bounces back, until he gets to be the monster he wants to be in the mid to late game fights, play through Fog of War? Sanji right now with a pretty good advantage for himself to try and do this.
We needed the solo lanes to have some strength there. And they were very clear about opting into the team fight special here with the early grab of the Kennen. And I think their combos are still going to be super potent as we move forward as well. I do want to check in on the map states here, though, because we have Dragon spawned up. We already got those 3 grubs taken by anyone's legend, but everybody's starting to collapse down to the spot side, especially with both junglers pathing down this way.
Yeah, and the level 6 is going to be huge for the Dragon. Hope a little bit too far forward.
Ooh, he's trying. He's like a little stuck between the minions. This is going to burn the flash there. Photic almost dies in the end, too.
However, that was a 2 versus 1 from Hope right there. Mind you, both flash and barrier available for Photic. Hope had to burn both, and he just mentioned Dragon is up. Aki's
There it
looking
is.
for his level
Bullet time
6.
with the make it rain. Oh, but the denial. Kyle, he is Superman himself. As now anyone's legend. They do end up getting out alive. Hope very close to going down.
Level 6 on Aki, though. He just hit it off of the Grump. They could be looking for a dive down the bot lane. He's going to get spotted on a ward. Potentially stab the Dragon right here, knowing that AD carry has had to reset Kroko on the other side of the map. This is going to be a free Dragon for NIP.
And look at the push now for NIP. Love to see them utilizing some of that. The macro decision making right now has been pretty good. They will need to be careful on top side. Shanji is the only play on the map. Anyone's legend going to try to move over for it. It is going to be that Dragon secured by NIP.
It's a little bit of an unfortunate scenario right here for Sanji because his wave was a little bit too far forward on the lane. However, it's going to start pushing towards him slowly but surely. Ale going to clear any vision for Kroko to walk up and potentially threaten, but Aki is threatening the bot side. Remember, Hope, no flash,
anyone's
no glance.
legend. You've been on way more than you can chew. The combo comes out as the lights go out, and Photic picks up the kill into Hope. Now in trouble in topside, though. Shanji gets hit back by the Q3 into the wall, and all out at the trade, though. Alla will trade his life, though, giving Krako another kill.
You absolutely take those. Shanji is going to suffer a tiny bit because he's going to lose a bunch of golden experience. 10 seconds, you see Aki sprinting the tops of the map to try and soak up as much as possible. However, trading 1 for 1 when you're 2 versus 1 underneath your tower, you absolutely take those. Another kill going to the side of Kennen, and of course, that level 6 instantly Aki, the second he hits it, uses it towards that bot side of the map to punish. Again, we're seeing that top side. The flash coming through from Koko as well, with the QE to stun Shanji into place. Very, very well played. Using that slashing maelstrom right there for Shanji, making sure that you pin down Cassante. And Ale had to commit his body if they wanted the kill.
And for that, Shanji will complete the Leandries this early. That's huge for Shanji, as Slicing Maelstrom will be doing that much more work now. Krako has revisited that top side of the map. Looks like Aki will be pathing down towards his bot side. They really want to punish Shanji, and looks like they'll find him this time. He has flash, but I don't think it's going to be enough to get him away this time. And he's going to burn that flash, and apparently it was enough. He's just a little sneaky rat.
That is huge, though, because he's going to have to take a reset right here, which means -1 on the map. Aki's wrapping around Shanks. No ultimate onto Shanks.
Oh, they looking for the combo. Kyle, again, showing up at the perfect timing here. Will not be there to save Shanks. They need to keep pressure in mid lane, though, because 3 bodies from NIP. They want to try to crash this wave to some extent and get Rookie back.
And I absolutely love this from NIP. They're keeping the pressure up constantly. They have burnt Flash onto Croco. Hope is still flashless. Ultimate for Nocturne is already back up and available. So when you have Zuo in close proximity, you could potentially be looking for yet another play. And our question mark for NIP was, can the other members step up when Rookie is not ahead in the mid lane? So far, the answer is yes. 1 kill down in the bot lane for Photic. 2-1 for Shanji, outplaying both Ale and Croco 2 versus 1, and we might be having another fight. Teleport is being pulled in by AL.
It's really rough to give over the Grubageddon, though, to anyone's legend, as they will get all 6 grubs in the top side of the map. Nice objective control from them so far, as it was the dragons being stacked up by NFP on the other side. Croco is going to be ridiculously scary in this game. And I want to talk a little bit about the entrances here, because we talked so much about NIP's kind of team fight entrances, the wombo combos there, but the individual pieces for anyone's legend has a lot to say.
Absolutely, you do have a lot of engage potential. Talking about engage,
they turned the lights out. I can't see. It's Aki going down at bot side. He actually gets traded back immediately, though, as Kyle will be the one that picks up that one. So maybe the gold not going the right direction, but Fote picking up another plate as well. NIP consistently going to the festering wound that is bot side.
and Croco knew that he had punished Shanji on the top. So not only did they take the kill, sorry, they didn't take the kill, they took his flash. So he's looking for potential overextension from Shanji on the top side to try and punish yet again. The only place towards top side, Shanks is going to rotate towards there as well.
Shanji trying to clear the wave a little bit. He realizes there's not much else he can do. TP coming in, try to save him, but it's not going to be enough. Ala doesn't trade his life for it this time, but Rookie wants to step up. It's his time to shine. Shank's going to fate seal his way to victory, or at least his way to safety.
Again, beautiful stuff from AL. They instantly replied. They know that the only play they have on the map is topside towards Shanji. They burned his flash previously. Croco returns for the kill this time around. Very good stuff from AL. Not only do they recover from a dive down bot lane where they do trade one kill, but they also grab one on the top side of the map. And this is the whole thing about NIP taking the pressure to AL. AL are suddenly 500 gold in the lead right here with the pressure they have been putting onto the map.
They are going to transition Hope towards mid lane now as well. Try to get a little bit of presence around this mid lane so that the dragon can be taken. There's about 20 seconds for the next dragon to come up. Shanji came mid. Now he's going to go walk back top. Does have TP available to come back to the fight.
Very importantly, I have been looking around and I'm like, okay, what kind of champions I'm expecting to take Kennen out? So unless it is Ale using his ultimate to take Kennen away from a fight, there is no exhaust on the side of AL. So it's all up to Ale to misposition Shanji whenever he tries to enter one of these team fights. However, with the lights off from Aki, you will never know most likely where this Kennen is coming from. So the chance for reaction is very, very slim.
It's just such a deadly combo, and especially when we started off this night, we talked about a little bit of that potential team fighting aspect that Ala and Shanji can bring to the table. Both these guys have extremely lethal flanks on the Kennen, so really want to see Shanji use that. That is the big
here we go again
right now for NIP. And AL talked about a festering wound on bot side. Well, they found their own against NIP on top side. Shanji and tried to get the minion wave here with the slicing maelstrom, but the TP is going to save the minion. Ala tanking it up, and the burn is going to be enough. It's Shanks at the end that comes in and kills him with the cleave.
It looked so scary for a second right there. Shanji almost traded onto Ale on the top sum up, but what does NIP get? They'll grab a second dragon for themselves. Rookie, Photic, and Suo hitting down that mid lane tower. If they can get mid lane tower right here, it would be huge for them, but with the presence of KL coming up, they have to back off, and not only is it a kill, but it's also a tower for Shanks. And Shanks is going to start becoming a huge problem. 6 void grabs on him. Pressure in the side lane. Aki's looking.
He really needs those 3 items, and time is his friend. They get first turret. They aren't able to get the Rift Herald, and it will be started up by NIP in tow, as they actually are probably going to pull. Aki not wanting to pull the trigger on that one just yet.
I feel like they're waiting for ultimate onto Shanji to come back up online. He does have his teleport available. However, waiting for that one is going to be huge. Turning the lights off also makes it really difficult for Ale to TP into one of these fights. Doesn't necessarily know how the fight is going or where he should be TPing. He can't see the wards. So Shanji will have the upper hand onto that one. Rookie might be walking to 3 people.
They got him completely caught, and that's a lot of gold as well because Rookie was farming up a storm there, but it is the extra gold to Shanks that is the detriment to NIP.
2-0-1. Push top lane. They'll take the Rift Herald. Shanks has been putting an absolute clinic on this Yone. NIP are gonna try to move in. There is teleport onto Shanji. There is ultimate as well. However, 4 versus 5. No teleport onto Rookie. 5 seconds still dead. They're gonna have to forfeit that one. And NIP are starting to fall behind yet again.
Yeah.
2,000 gold now, and about a little bit is the difference for AL. And again, the problem with AL is that you give them an inch, they'll take a mile. So every single bit that they manage to take off of the map will be translated into an objective.
Yeah. And I want to go back to your Shanks point from earlier as well, because I think this guy deserves some serious highlight. You highlighted the solo kills we got to see him do against Rookie last time around, but this guy had spent so much time in the Team WE camp, especially in their WE Academy camp for a little bit, but more so on the main roster. And it always felt like he was burgeoning above the average mid laner in the LPL, but it really feels like with the combination of him and Hope, they have been a huge ticket for the teams that they've been a part of, Team WE, now Anyone's Legend.
And also having the fit that you've solo killed Rookie, one of the best laners in the LPL overall. It's kind of big to have on your resume. AL again are gonna push in that mid lane. Shanks on the bot side of the map, pressuring that tower. They're gonna be setting up. 2 minutes for the next dragon. They might be looking for the fight right here. Cats and NIP on the rotation.
Could actually get a re-engage going as they do. Whoa, just goes in. Lights go off. They go into the back line. Big combos there, but they can't get him. Are they going to finally flash from Aki? Gets the kill, but he's all by himself. Now Fate sealed back. Shanks cleaning house there. Meanwhile, on the other side, Allah has gotten himself a double kill as now NIP is wiped off the face of the earth.
Ace for AL. What a fantastic fight. Not only did they bait NIP into engaging, but it took NIP so long to pull the trigger that Ale, not only did he have the time to TP into this fight, but to also be the difference maker. Shanks with the Rift Herald in the mid lane is going to take yet another one. All the Void Mites are going to help him take down that tower. 6 Void Grabs as well on him. 4-0 and 2.2k up. AL. Another clinical performance right here. They might be having a few hiccups here and there. But let's look at this again. AL are just baiting right here. And what happened to Shanji? Because I see the engage is great from Aki, but Shanji just never ends up pressing flash to go in.
Yeah, unfortunately, Photic and Shanji were just getting chunked by the Pyroclasm from Krakow.
I feel like everyone was so low. Oh, Shanks?
Shanks is trying to fight his way out of this one. He's under turret right now. He's still alive. Oh, finally. Okay. Puts him down as Shanji claims that one.
Again, a little bit of a question mark for me, as in why Shanji did not flash forward. I feel like this could have been the difference maker. You're going to get chunked down by the Brand ultimate if it hits you anyway. Again, you see NIP make a play towards the top side of the map. No one's there to defend mid lane. Mid lane tier 2 is going to go down. Ale is pressuring the bot side of the map as well. The Void buff is kind of huge. They've got 6 on them. And Rook is trying to pressure that top side of the map. However, with all this pressure in mid and bot, AL have established so much vision into Aki's bot side quadrant, preparing for the next dragon.
You said it already so perfectly, though. They get an inch, they take a mile. It has been just all of a sudden 6,000 gold, or like 4,000 gold difference. But like just a monumental pressure game by Anyone's Legend. And this has been 2 games in a row that we've seen this.
Let's see that Shanks overextends just a little bit to pressure down that wave, and Shanji TP's in, trying to punish. Aki's there as well. There's no ultimate on Aki, but they're just gonna run Shanks down. And that second last shield from the Q right there, I honestly thought that might get Shanks out. Oh, Shanji dead.
Shanji is just down.
I think Shanji has seen Kroko more than anyone else has seen Kroko this game.
He really has. Like, he must have said something last game and all chat, I don't know. But Kroko has realized that the Kennen is the thing is, though, the reason why I make jokes about it, but like Shanji is literally the gearbox within the team. We'll see if they can get those gears turning either way, though. Hope already down. NIP have made the play on mid lane. Going to take Kyle as well. Krako was waiting to flank on the other side. Does have Pyroclasm, but not going to go for it. Ala was taking a side lane turret the whole time.
But look at this, what's happening right now. Every single time NIP pulls a trigger to take a kill, AL take control of the map. Yes, they'll lose 2 mid. Yes, they'll lose the tier 1. But a tier 1 mid for an inhibitor tower that can consistently get pressured from the side of AL is pretty much an even trade right now. However, if you're RNIP and you're starving for kills, you'll take anything you can get alongside a mid lane tier 1, and Shanji just walks into a control ward. Kroko is around. I mean, Kroko is always around, man.
Always around Shanji, at least in those regards.
Yeah, always around Shanji, yeah.
Gonna need to get him some flowers after this one or something. There's gonna be something personal brewing.
He must have all chatted like, you suck, or something like that. It's like, all right, it's personal now.
But this truly has been the age of anyone's legend here in summer. They've made a huge splash to start off the placements, and now looking to go 3-0. And
Ooh.
can you imagine? Oh, a little bit of an
Rookie.
in-game, I guess, on Ala, as he's going to dash his way out with the all-out. That's the beauty of the mobility that Cassante brings. But could you imagine NIP's feelings after being taken down 3 times this split in best of 3s against anyone's legend? There is going to be a bit of a feeling on that one.
Yeah, and there's another feeling right here, a feeling of AL running away with the Baron. They do know that Rookie's low on HP, has to reset, doesn't have the ultimate, does have the TP. He'll come in, but an Iron without an ultimate ain't that useful overall.
Krako, so ridiculously strong right now. Aki, maybe with the miracle steal. They're not going to let them, though. They're going to pull out and try to go for the fight. Can't end up finding it. Anyone's legend going to pull away, though, as they got the TP out of Rookie. Oh?
Aki?
Paranoia. Oh, they get the engage at least on a Krako, but look at him. He's doing so much damage. No! He goes golden, and half their health bars are taken off. Shakes goes over for the other half as well. Now the re-engage goes through from Kyle, but you got to be careful. Rookie misses his charm, and now he's burned into a crisp. He's got a spear rush available, but Shanks trying to hunt him down. Krako now looking, TP coming down. He just burns out of nowhere. It's so much time had passed, but it's a 5,000 damage fight from Krako, and he is burning NIP alive.
And they're TPing back. They're going for the Baron. 3 members down from NIP, including the Smite holder. Photic is going to chase the Cassante, but Ale could be turning this around.
He's trying to run away. Photic getting some damage numbers up there in the end, but AL, they'll take everything they came for, and they'll get that big purple worm on top of it all.
6-0-6. 3.3k up. Kroko on Brand is absolutely cracked. And I want your eyes right here onto Shanji, because this is what I wanted him to do last time. But he loses the point. He turns right, then he turns left, and that missed decision, that split-second decision that he couldn't make, whether he wanted to go right or left, cost him his jungler's life. This could have been NIP with +2 members up. Killing Kroko instantly right there could have meant that NIP wins that fight. And again, the indecision came in. Sanji couldn't quite get in as fast, and Kroko just wipes the floor.
You're just burning for so long. Like, so much of his health got taken out post-fight. And that is the strength that now a 3-item brand brings to the table. It's been 2 back-to-back dominant brand games from Krako. And honestly, he has been an absolute pleasure to watch since coming over from LCK and DRX. Obviously, him and Kyle knowing each other from their time on Live Sandbox all those years, or a couple years ago at least, but it really has been these 2 guys who have buffed up the game plan for anyone's legend, it feels.
It's looking real good for AL. What a dominant start overall in the Ascend group. Beating NIP for the 3rd time, not in the entire year, for the 3rd time in summer. With a very decisive 2-0 here. Sends a message to our 2 top teams that have yet to play in the Ascend group. BLG and Top Esports must be looking at AL right now, because they look so darn scary. AL with a Baron buff for another minute and a few seconds up. Rookie's looking, Zuo is back in enemy line. Sharks is gonna ult. What is happening?
Run, horsey, run! It's like being back in Texas. Or round up these horsies.
Yeehaw?
Yeehaw. Hope is going to try to connect potentially with that hail there as well. Oh, no. Now he can't get executed. Oh, they give the kill over to Kyle anyways. Oh, there you go. Paranoia on to Croco. This time he doesn't have the combo, or does he? Come at me again, bro. And it will be a trade of junglers. Now also Shanks going down too.
Foden getting the double kill right there. You see Aki clapping as well. He's like, finally we got them. That was a huge shutdown onto Croco that ended up in Fotik's purse right there. Another tower going down in the bot lane. Ale, however, responding with one himself. 700 gold kaching into this Casante's pocket as well. And that was a huge pick right there. Now, the huge difference when Brand got slightly reworked is now that his ultimate bounces off of himself as well. This is why he's so strong in 1v1s. They see Croco over... I don't know if he was shopping, he was like tapped on another screen, I don't know what was happening right there. However, they do find him overextended, they engage on him, and then he ults Aki and goes into Zonias. The ultimate bounces off of Brand himself and ends up taking Aki down with him. Great stuff right there from Croco, just wasn't quite enough. Fotik though, 2 huge kills on that Misfortune.
Yeah, I mean, he's on 3.5 items now. We said it from the get-go, the combo has been set outright from the first 2 picks for NIP. They wanted this combo, the Misfortune and the Kennen, to be able to rain hell onto anyone's legend, and they have to get themselves front and center to these objective fights. It's been 2 dragons in a row that anyone's legend has secured. Now they're going to try to make a play onto Shanks again. He's going to fate seal his way to death.
Wow, that was a great pick from NIP. Unfortunately, not much on the map for them. Rookie still looking. His last charge onto that ultimate is only going to find KL. KL hooks himself away. However, AL, a few cracks right there on the structure of their wall. And NIP are looking to punish. Croco overextending, Shanks overextending. That's 2 kills. They're pulling the TP.
Oh, Aki wants to walk away from this one if he can. But I don't think Allah's going to let him as easily as he wants to. He's going to burn the flash, though, in the end and get away.
Now the TP burned right here from Ale. Finds the flash from Aki, which is not the end of the world. This Nocturne right there is mainly your switch in this particular composition. Sure, he does a lot of damage. Black Cleaver is definitely going to help Misfortune do a bunch more damage alongside the Lord Domes that has been purchased by Fotik. However, primarily you are there to turn the lights off, create confusion. 3 items now onto Shanji. That death cap being completed could mean a huge teamfight win for NIP. Only 5,000 gold behind. And the only reason why I'm saying only 5,000 gold behind is because if NIP get a really good flank onto Croco, Shanks, or Hope, they do have a chance of winning the teamfights to come.
All about finding the entrances here. Rookie looking for his own entrance.
Hope.
Did see Hope there at the last second. Wanted to make a play. Is just going to go in here onto Allah. Chunking him down with the charm. All out comes through. Now in goes the combo from NIP. Bullet time not going to get much, but they've at least gotten 2 with Shanji. He'll clean them up, but Shanks is looking to fight his way out as well. Kyle still alive. Rookie going to claim his life for his own. And now Croco and Shanks, the only 2 left in mid lane. The siege is starting to come alive for NIP. And the hope is starting to kick up on the other side of things. Now Shanks wants to come in and make the difference. Fate sealed, and that'll be Fotik's life claimed from him.
Rookie overreaches right there. Fotik tries to assist, loses both of his summoners. So crucial. Misfortune, a very extremely immobile support. AD carry. Losing both of your summoners right there to what could be the last final fight coming up. NIP win the fight, but then overreach and get punished. 7-3 onto Shanks' Yone. About 4k gold up. And Ale, NIP, very good punish right there. They see this Xante is overextended, however, extremely tanky. So he doesn't end up going down initially. Great flank from Shanji coming out from the bot side jungle as well. And NIP have pretty much won this fight right here and right now. It's a 3-for-2 in their favor. They get to push in that mid lane wave as well. Rookie gets that kill onto KL. And he's just threatening Shanks, but he sees Croco overextended a little bit. Never mind that, the Baron's going down.
Aki, he wants to get in the pit. He does not have flash. He's got a paranoia. He doesn't get it. It's Hope that secures the Baron, and his life is forfeit.
50-50 goes to Croco. AL with the Baron. 40 seconds onto Aki. And AL could be riding that mid lane wave home. There is the Dragon as well, if they want to take that. However, taking the numbers advantage on the map, they should be pressuring. They do have open inhibitor down the both side of the map as well, and AL could be breaking the game open right here.
They have been so dominant so far. It is undefeated in the Rumble stage, and they have Baron aplenty. All the ask that they need is to break down these last two turrets. Bullet time going to be able to clear a lot of them. A lot of the minions are going onto the in-hit, but they've already found it. Whoa! He gets a big 4-man engage, slicing Maelstrom from the brink. Is it going to be enough? NIP, they need everything. They need all their hope and all their muster. But Krako steps up, fate seal from Shanks, and anyone's legend. They've overextended under turrets. NIP, rookie, the saving grace, the bodyguard of this team. Can he save them from the end? Can he save them from a 3-series loss streak against anyone's legend? The siege will die down, and damage has been done.
AL overreached just quite slightly right there, but again, NIP have the wombo combo to defend. They've got the AoE damage to clear out the wave, and they just about get away with their Nexus's life in their hands. Now AL will be looking for the next dragon. The TP is gonna get pulled by Alex. Whoa, overextended.
He is, and now he's completely caught by himself. Tries to use the crash down to escape the distance, but that'll be a big body off the board for 40+ seconds. Anyone's legend take full advantage of that, and they're going to look at this third dragon in a row for themselves.
Great TP by Ale into Fog of War. Zwo didn't know what was happening right then. Let's have a look at this one more time. 4 versus 5 right there, but Zwo gets a great engage into 3 members, 4 members even, of AL, and Shanji with a Slice and Maelstrom does enough damage to defend. Great stuff from NIP, basically keeping themselves alive a little bit longer on the Rift. Crocodile, he's a problem. When he's alive, the damage goes down. The HP bars go down real fast. If I'm not wrong, he's only died once actually this game. Yeah, 10, 1, and 10. 4.5k up his counterpart.
Yeah. Man was like, I didn't get MVP game 1. Okay, I'm getting it game 2. He is off on a tear, and honestly, a welcomed addition to the LPL, but also just a really welcomed split by anyone's legend. It feels like they are the new darlings of the LPL.
A dark horse for sure. When the season started, no one expected them to do that well. Namera will come up and say, I expected it, I said it. I put them up on my top 3. Sure. Fair. Namera is superior, okay? He knew this was gonna happen. However, for the rest of us, I'm very pleasantly surprised to see the differences that the new additions have done to AL. Tabe has made to AL as well. And they seem to be able to come back from a deficit, fight against compositions that are so difficult to play against. Fog of War, Aki with the lights off, Slice and Maelstrom. Ooh, that is a really nice ward behind AL. It hasn't been spotted.
It hasn't. This is it. I mean, this is the saving play to stop their last inhib from going down and to try to get a little bit of say here.
He's waiting in base. Sanji's waiting in base for the TP. When are the lights going down?
They gotta try to get the defense going. It looks like they need to push out the bottom wave here first. He will show that way, so anyone's legend will maybe feel confident to crash on this next minion wave coming through.
They're pinging it. They're constantly pinging it.
He's holding back a little bit.
Showing on the wave right now. Ooh, this is tense. This is so tense. The AL know that they can see now they cannon down the bot lane, so they can very freely push. But now they're away from that top side of the map where the wood was right behind them. NIP lose their chance for a huge flank, but also you definitely do not want to be throwing the game by overreaching for a flank TP. They have to coordinate it perfectly, that when Paranoia goes down, this is when the TP starts getting channeled, so it is out of vision, else they're all gonna turn onto Shanzi's cannon.
Siege continuing. Anyone's legend still holding out on the top side of the map here while they get a reset out from Kael back into the map. He will be here now as well. A lot of tankiness as the Randuin's has been completed for Shanks. He realizes he just needs to go in and find as much damage as he can onto the likes of Rookie and Photic. And EP feeling a little bit more confident to move out on the map, but anyone's legend always around the corner with the amount of oppression they've been able to put out on the map all series long.
It's so difficult for NIP to walk inside their own jungle. Doesn't belong to them anymore. There's so much damage being thrown at them as well. So even if Zuo, who is technically the tankiest member, he only has a Warmogs, and Mercs. That's a 4-item brand he's walking into. He will get absolutely melted instantly. He's 5 levels down. So even though the quote-unquote tankiest member on the Rift, he cannot be face shaking. This is why he bundled up together with Aki. This is the most difficult part for NIP right here, to try and find their way back into this jungle. They might be looking in the mid lane for a potential pick first to just try and make it a numbers advantage.
Yeah, I mean, their wombo combo still so deadly. They just haven't been able to get it off because so much advantage is being gained. Yeah, Zwo just caught out again. He's going to flash. Does get all outed in the end. Ala has been delivered to the back line. Now Fate Seal's going to go wide a little bit. Slicing Maelstrom hasn't been that effective. Bullet Time will pull the rest of Anyone's Legend off, as well as the Paranoid, but that is almost all of your tools by NIP, and now officially all of them, as Rookie will no longer have Spirit Rush.
No ultimate left on the Rift apart from Croco's ultimate, and that's
Of
all
course.
you need. Aki does have the flash. Can he get in the pit to steal this Baron? It would be huge.
It's time to do it now or never. Aki not going to go for it. Now everybody from Anyone's Legend will move towards mid lane here to try to collapse and push in for the final nail in the coffin.
Yeah, and NIP have to pull back to defensive stance. They have 2 inhibitors that are out in the open. AL with the siege down mid lane. Reminder, there is still ultimate onto this brand. Extremely scary. Ari's ultimate is back up. Rookie could be looking to fish for some kills.
Oh, they're going to give a little bit of presence here in mid lane. They're going to complete the backs for both Rookie and Shanji. They'll lose their inhib, and now they'll complete the back for 12. So backs are a bit reset here. TP's coming out. Paranoid. This is it. Desperation station for NIP. Shanji's made the play. They've done it. They're getting the resets for Rookie already. Ala trying to fight his way out. He's all out. Look at the gold lead, though. The Pyroclasm is doing work on NIP now as well. Dwo, he's going down. NIP are running around like chickens with their heads cut off. And Anyone's Legend take full advantage of that, and they're eating chicken dinner tonight.
NIP with a Hail Mary couldn't work. AL all alive, beating down the last tower remaining, protecting their Nexus.
3 times they've come to the well, and 3 times they have come away victors. That'll be a dominant split so far against NIP, and the darlings of the LPL and Anyone's Legend will strike true again, going undefeated so far in their first 3 series in the Rumble stage.
What an incredibly decisive 2-0 to put them at a collective of 3-0 Series 1 AL. The most dominant team in the LPL so far. What a fantastic showing. Not only do they show how they can be clean throughout the entire early, mid to late, but also their perseverance. The way they will rotate around the map, the way they will figure out ways to play around any curveball. And boy, did NIP throw them curveballs in this last game.
And just really impressive kind of choke holding of the map state by Anyone's Legend. Really love their drafting, but the drafting has been consistent for them because these tools are available to them. And I think that was 2 games in a row we saw Croco have incredible presence against Aki, and that really set behind the win conditions of NIP. And that's another conversation for NIP, is this was an opportunity for revenge. This was your 3rd time facing up against this team, and it comes away short again.
I'm not gonna lie, I started today with my doubts about NIP, and it felt like when you're drafting for a full wombo combo composition, I feel like this is a last case resort. This is the simplest you can do, right? Everyone presses their R button at the same time, goes in at the same time. This is the simplest of any composition you can play. Hard engage, all in wombo combo. And it still could not be executed because every single time NIP would get a kill, every single time NIP would gank anywhere around the map, AL were taking inches off of your map. They were taking towers, they were taking vision, they were catching other members of guard on the other side of the map. It did not matter that you put Hope 3,000 gold behind because everyone else was 4K up.
Yeah, and Ala just had Shanji's number this time around. The Kennen not being as impactful as maybe we've seen it in previous metas, but this is also maybe an opening of a conversation for Anyone's Legend in a single round robin in the second stage here, because we've seen them utilize their draft strengths. We've seen these kind of combinations work so well, and it's been consistency from Kroko and Kael being the two that roam around the map, facilitating the rest of the map, but also Kroko getting a lot of resources sometimes himself.
And it's crazy because we also saw Shanks, right? He had so many resources for himself too. However, he used them in a completely different way around the map. He was mostly about the structures. He was using the 6 void grubs that they got earlier, and he was always zoning away multiple members of NIP by just threatening with the Yone. So yes, he didn't do most of the damage in this particular game, even though he was 4K up on Rookie. However, every single time he was needed, the carries from NIP could not walk up because of him.
You see the combo tried and tried again by NIP, and sometimes it definitely worked. But definitely the individual strength of some of the picks from Anyone's Legend coming up clutch. And I think this also starts maybe that conversation of talking about the strength of schedule here for Anyone's Legend. It is a single round robin. It is a situation where you're going to be facing the top teams from the placement stage already. But they have beaten FPX, they've beaten LGD, and now they've beaten NIP. NIP may be a little bit higher on the rung than some of those other teams. FPX having a bit of a rough split, but you're getting through the easier, quote-unquote, part of the schedule, and things are going to get tough for Anyone's Legend, so it's good to pick up some momentum.
Oh, it's going to be so exciting to see what AL can do against teams that, like BLG and Top Esports, who have been, I'm going to say, quote-unquote, officially screaming internationally. So they do have a lot of competitive experience already from other regions underneath their belt, and they could be coming back to the LPL with a lot of that knowledge to share, and it would be great to see what AL have in store for them as well.
See a couple last gasp effort from NIP here. This is the moment that kind of, I feel like maybe broke the camel's back here. Rookie a little bit overextended, but also, man, Rookie still having a pretty decent series. I mean, I don't think it was necessarily the highest of highs for Rookie, but it definitely feels like he is still the guy that you can always look to be able to shore things up in the worst moments. It just needs a little bit shoring up for the rest of the team as well.
Absolutely. I feel this is still the question mark for NIP, because this was a game where Shanji could carry, where Foti could carry. They were set up for success. I just feel like NIP have lost a little bit of their spark when it comes to how to play team fights. This is why I was a little bit doubtful when I saw the full engaged composition, because this is so freakishly simple to do, yet AL still played so well around it. Look on your right of your screen, Shanks zones out both Rookie and Aki. They just can't go in to finish anyone off. Rookie cannot get any of his resets. And that was straight up all to Shanks. He kept doing this repeatedly every single fight. It wasn't just him killing anyone, it was the threat to kill.
Yeah, and now we have to beg the question of who we think is going to be the MVP here, because it's hard. I feel like the 1-1-1-1-1 scoreline helps a lot because it's like almost binary, and maybe that means something in some extent, but I think it definitely has to go to Kroko this time around.
Listen, man, I think junglers today got absolutely robbed. Hacker in game 1, series 1, and now Kroko got robbed again in game 1 in series 2. So come on, like, I don't usually say this because I'm a mid laner, but justice for junglers.
We'll make sure to record that, and we'll use that quote over and over again.
Great, justice for junglers.
I do think that it was, again, a kind of continuation of the story that we've been following this entire split for Anyone's Legend so far. It really has been a season of growth where they were, it felt like, on the cusp in last split. A lot of things going right for them in terms of meta discussion, but the addition of Tabe and being able to kind of turn those drafts into powerful weapons has been incredible to watch. Now, we do have our MVP. We'll see who gets it here.
I wonder, is it a fireman or is it a fireman? It is a fireman! 76% kill participation and 35% of his team's damage. Absolutely incredible performance, both in games 1 and game 2. Kroko has been an absolute stellar addition to AL, of course, together with Shanks, them playing together. I feel it has always been a very special duo to look at because it always felt like they had potential, but it never just rose to the occasion. Right here, AL have the right tools, they've got the right team, they've got the right back staff, and they're making it work.
They are indeed. And again, his 4th MVP, and there's been a lot of splitting of the MVPs across this team because we've had a lot of really good performances holistically from them. But it's been a heck of a journey so far. We got through the 2 best of 3s of the day. Let's go ahead and take a look at what we had in store for us. I'm still a little upsetty spaghetti that we didn't have 3 games in any of these, but it went 2-0 for Ultra Prime over RA to go 1-1 apiece. And then it was a 2-0 handling of the business by Anyone's Legend over NIP.
And we have, of course, what's coming out for you tomorrow, guys, because there's a lot more action to come this weekend. LGD versus JD. Oh my god, it's going to be a banger. Versus JDG for Group Ascend. OMG versus EDG for Group Nirvana. And the match we've all been waiting for from Group Ascend. Mazel, you want to do the honors?
It's going to be an exciting one. Top Esports versus BLG. Getting to see them for the first time in this Rumble stage. I'm sure it's going to be a hecking time. I really want to see what kind of jungle meta we'll get out of those 2 guys. Obviously, Wei just having been signed by BLG, but I do expect him to be the starter in most regards. And I think him and Tian are going to have a very fun time against each other. Trouble, before we get going, do you have any thoughts on today? Any thoughts moving forward for the rest of the Rumble stage?
Absolutely. I'm so glad that Ultra Prime managed to equalize the score 1-1, and they showed a really great face. I think they have been my dark horse for a while now, and it hurt my soul to see them last over in spring. So I'm really hoping that they can make it up through that group Nirvana. And as for AL, I'm just glad to see them keep on steamrolling everyone, because if they keep going like this, internationals are waiting just around the corner.
Well, thank you so much for joining me on the day. And thank you all for tuning in on the day. We'll see you all tomorrow for more LPL action. Don't you dare miss it. It starts 2 hours earlier, so make sure you set your alarms. And we'll see you there. We'll see you on Summoner's Rift.